ghost towns are silent because everyone has left. But Ruby, Arizona, was never truly silent. In the ruins of an old mining town near the Mexican border, visitors have reported hearing gunshots in the dark, wooden doors slamming where no doors remain, and the sound of a child crying somewhere inside the ruins. No one sees the child. No one knows where the crying comes from, and those who follow it often leave with more than a story. Tonight, we travel into the abandoned town of Ruby, where a podcaster searching for a forgotten murder uncovers a secret that was buried for nearly a century. A secret hidden beneath an old mercantile floor. A secret carried by a family that chose silence. And a final recording that should never have existed. This is the story of Ruby Ghost Town, the gunshots, and the crying child in the night. Some towns die because of war. Some towns die because of disease. And some towns die very slowly, one house at a time, one window at a time, one name on a headstone at a time. Ruby, Arizona belonged to that last kind. It did not disappear overnight. It was not burned to the ground. It was not swallowed by a sandstorm like the old stories of the Wild West often claim. Ruby was simply left behind after the gold, silver, lead, and zinc were no longer enough to keep people there. The miners left. Families packed up and moved away. The sound of or crushers faded. The school closed. The old store collapsed into time. And from then on, Ruby became a place where only the wind remained. But there was something strange about that wind. Those who had visited Ruby at dusk often said the wind did not merely pass through the crumbling adobe walls and empty window frames, carried sounds. Some people heard hoofbeats running over the dirt. Some heard wooden doors slamming, even though no doors were still intact. Some swore that when they stood near the old store, they heard gunshots behind them. And the most terrifying sound of all was the sound of a child crying. Not an ordinary cry. It sounded like a child trying to hold it in, as if the child knew that if they cried too loudly, something would find them. That October, Lynn Tran drove south from Tucson, Arizona, to record a special episode for her podcast, Forgotten Dust. Lynn was not a psychic. She had never called herself a ghost hunter. Her work was simpler than that. She traveled to abandoned places, recorded real environmental sounds, interviewed locals, and shaped the material into documentary-style stories with a mysterious edge. She loved forgotten places, old train stations, abandoned mines, towns that had once been alive, but now held only dust, barbed wire, and lizard tracks. Ruby was a place she had wanted to cover for a long time. Before the trip, Lynn had read everything she could find about it. She read about the mine that once operated day and night, about the families who lived in the dry desert heat, about the small school, the jail, the warehouse, the old cemetery, and especially the Ruby Mercantile, the store and post office that had once been the center of town, and the place where blood had been spilled. The more Lynn read, the more she realized Ruby was not just a ghost town. It was like an old locked box covered in dust, filled with sounds no one truly wanted to hear. She did not go alone. Traveling with her was Daniel Harper, an audio technician from Tucson. Daniel was tall, thin, quiet, and always wore sunglasses, even when the sun was already going down. He had worked in sound design for true crime documentaries, so to him, Ruby was simply a good location to capture wind, room tone, and a few unsettling effects. Do you actually believe in those ghost gunshot stories? Daniel asked as their pickup truck turned onto the dirt road leading toward Ruby. Lynn looked through the windshield. Ahead of them, the road stretched like a scar across the red earth. On both sides were mesquite bushes, cactus, and dry hills lying motionless beneath a pale blue sky. In the distance, the ruined roofs of Ruby began to appear, like the ribs of a dead animal. I don't need to believe, Lynn said. I just need to record something that keeps people from turning off the podcast halfway through. Daniel gave a quiet laugh. So what if we actually record a ghost? Lynn did not answer right away. She watched a crow perched on a leaning wooden post beside the road. It did not fly away as the truck passed. It only turned its head and followed them with its black eyes, catching the last of the sunlight like broken glass. Then that episode will do very well, she said. But for some reason, as she said it, her throat went dry. The caretaker that day was an old man named Miguel Ortega. He waited for them near the entrance gate, standing beside an old dust-covered Jeep. Miguel was about 70, with sun-darkened skin and hands as dry and rough as tree bark. He did not speak much. After checking their filming and recording permit, he handed them a simple map of the town site. Don't go into the mines, Miguel said. Don't wander too far after dark. And if you hear a child crying, don't answer. Daniel, who had been checking a microphone, looked up. What did you just say? Miguel looked at him with no expression. I said don't wander too far after dark. No, the part after that. The old man was silent for a few seconds. The wind passed through the open ground between them. A rusted sheet of metal hanging loose from the side of a warehouse trembled slightly, making a scraping sound like someone sharpening a knife. Miguel slowly said, Ruby has many old sounds. The wind makes people imagine things, but some sounds should not be followed. Lynn immediately turned on her handheld recorder. Have you heard the child crying? Miguel looked at the recorder in her hand. I have heard many things. Can you tell us about them? He shook his head. Not every story should be told before dark. Then Miguel pointed toward the old schoolhouse. If you want to record, start there. The wind sounds clearest inside the school. Then go to the jail, the warehouse, and if you still have time, the mercantile. But I'll say it again. Don't stay near the mercantile after dark. Daniel shrugged as the old man turned away. Perfect, he said under his breath. We've got the trailer before we've even started. Lynn did not laugh. She was watching Miguel walk away. There was something strange about the way he moved. He did not look down, yet he avoided every piece of broken wood, every stone, every shallow hole, as if he had walked through that place thousands of times. Or as if he was avoiding things other people could not see. Ruby's old schoolhouse sat silently in the late afternoon sun. The building was not large, but when Lynn stood before the entrance, she felt as if it was bigger inside her imagination. The walls were peeling. The windows were empty. Part of the roof had rotted away. Outside, traces of the old playground remained. A few bent metal bars, a swing frame with no seat, and a rusted slide tilted sideways like a blade stuck into the dirt. Daniel set up a directional microphone in the first classroom. Lynn stepped in after him, careful to avoid the broken glass. Inside, the air was cooler than outside. The smell of dust, old wood, and bat droppings mixed together. A few faded patches of blackboard still clung to the walls. Sunlight cut through the window openings at an angle, slicing the dust in the air into thin golden lines. Lynn took a few photos. Real children used to study here, she said softly. Daniel put on his headphones and adjusted the recording level. Yeah. And now we're recording wind in a dead classroom. Very sensitive. I do sound, not poetry. Lynn walked slowly past the broken desks. She placed her hand on the surface of one that remained near the window. The wood was dry, split with tiny cracks. In one corner were several faint carvings. Not clear words, just the uneven marks of children, small signs of existence left behind after nearly a century. As she bent down for a closer look, Daniel's headphones suddenly squealed. He yanked them off. Damn it! What was that? Interference, but weird. Daniel played back the short piece of audio he had just captured. At first, there was only wind. Then came a faint tapping sound, like chalk lightly striking a blackboard. Break time equals 0. Press /, then a breath. Very soft. Lynn looked at Daniel. Did you breathe into the mic? I'm standing 6 feet away from it. They both fell silent. From the far end of the room, where darkness gathered beneath the doorway to the next classroom, came a tiny sound. Talk. Like a piece of chalk falling to the floor. Daniel cursed under his breath and picked up the camera. Probably a rat. Lynn said nothing. She walked toward the doorway. The next room was darker. Less sunlight reached it. In the middle of the room, a child's chair lay tipped over on its side. In the dust beside the chair was a long mark, as if someone had just dragged the chair leg across the floor. Lynn raised her camera. The moment she took the picture, a child laughed behind her. Not loudly, not clearly, just a tiny, quick heh. But it was enough to freeze her in place. Daniel heard it from the other room, too. He spun around. Lynn, did you play an audio file? No. They stood motionless, holding their breath. The wind slipped through the broken windows. At the back of the room, the blackboard made a long scraping sound, like fingernails being dragged across it. Daniel stepped inside and swept the room with his flashlight. No one was there, no fresh footprints except their own. But on the blackboard, in the thin layer of gray dust, a curved line had just appeared. Not a word. It looked like half of a circle, drawn clumsily by a child who had not yet learned how to draw a face. Lynn swallowed. We should go outside. This time, Daniel did not joke. They continued recording at the jail and the warehouse as the sun sank lower behind the hills. Nothing dramatic happened, but something inside Lynn had changed. At first, Ruby had only been a location. Now it felt like something that was listening to them. Every time she turned her back, she felt as if someone was standing behind a window. Every time Daniel stopped walking, the sound of footsteps seemed to continue for one extra beat behind them. Around 6:30, the light began turning a deep orange. The western sky glowed like coals. The abandoned buildings cast long shadows across the ground, stretching over the old road like black fingers. Miguel came back to find them. That's enough, he said. You should leave the mercantile area before dark. Lynn looked toward the remains of the old store. We haven't recorded there yet. Miguel frowned. I told you, come back tomorrow. We only need 15 minutes. No. His voice was calm, but there was something hard and final inside it. Daniel pulled Lynn aside. Let's go. We can record it tomorrow. But Lynn could not leave. Not because she was stubborn, but because ever since she had left the schoolhouse, something in her jacket pocket had been vibrating softly. First, she thought it was her phone, but when she checked, there was no signal and no notification. The thing vibrating was her backup recorder. She opened it. It was recording by itself. The screen showed a running time, 13 minutes and 7 seconds. Lynn was certain she had turned it off after leaving the schoolhouse. She plugged in her headphones. A strip of white noise ran through her ears. Then came wind. Then tiny footsteps. Then a child's voice whispered, so close it sounded as if it was right beside her ear. "Don't let Mother open the door." Lynn felt her spine turn cold. She pulled off the headphones and looked toward the mercantile. "I have to go there." Miguel stared at her for a long time. "You heard it, didn't you?" Lynn did not answer. The old man exhaled. "Then you should stay away even more. You know what it is." Miguel lowered his head, gripping the brim of his hat. "Ruby doesn't only keep the dead, keeps the moments of death. Some nights, this place repeats what it remembers. Horses, gunshots, crying. You hear it not because it is calling you. You hear it because you're holding something that can keep sound." Daniel cut in. "You're saying our recorders are making ghosts angry?" Miguel looked at him. "No, they only let them know someone is listening." The wind suddenly grew stronger. From the direction of the mercantile, distant but unmistakably clear, came a gunshot. Bang. Daniel flinched. Lynn froze. The sound was not like breaking wood. It was not like metal striking metal. It had an explosion, an echo against the hills, and a dead silence after it. Then another shot. Bang. In the empty space after the second shot, a child began to cry. Miguel closed his eyes. "It's too late," he said. None of them moved at first. Darkness was falling over Ruby fast. Desert nights were not like city nights. There were no streetlights to soften the fear. Once the sun disappeared, the world seemed drained of color. The houses became black shapes. The bushes became low, twisted figures. The mountains in the distance rose like a giant wall trapping the town inside. The crying was still coming from the mercantile. Not constantly. Every few seconds, there was another broken sob. Like a child hiding beneath a table, trying to cover their mouth but unable to stop being afraid. Lynn did not know why she started walking toward it. Maybe it was her profession. Maybe it was curiosity. Or maybe it was because the voice in the recorder had mentioned her mother. Not the child's mother. Lynn's mother. She had died 2 years earlier after a sudden stroke in California. Lynn had missed her final call because she had been recording inside an abandoned factory. In her mother's last voicemail, she had said only one sentence, "Please pick up." Ever since then, Lynn had been haunted by sounds she had failed to answer. "Lynn, stop," Daniel called. She kept walking. Miguel followed, but more slowly. As he walked, he murmured something in Spanish under his breath. When they reached the mercantile, Lynn noticed the ground around it was different. The red dust was thicker. Rotting pieces of wood were mixed with stone. Part of an adobe wall still remained, cracked and chewed away by time. The store that had once been the center of town was now only a low shadow beneath the black sky. The recorder in Lynn's hand lit up. It was recording again. No one had touched the button. Daniel raised his microphone out of professional instinct. He tried to stay calm, but his hand was shaking. I'm getting a really strong signal, he said. I'm hearing multiple layers. What kind of layers? Horses, shoes, people talking, very far away. Break time equals 0. For us / Lynn put on her headphones. Instantly, Ruby became another place. It was no longer a dead town. In her ears, it came alive. She heard the rough laughter of men. Coins dropping onto a counter. A door opening. A woman speaking softly. A child asking, "Mama, who are they?" Then everything went silent. A man shouted in a mix of English and Spanish. Lynn could not understand all of it, only a few scattered words. Tobacco, money, safe. Then came a gunshot. Very close. Lynn screamed and tore off the headphones. In front of her, in the empty space between two broken walls, a light appeared. Not a flashlight. Not moonlight. It was a weak yellow glow like an oil lamp. In that light, Lynn saw the figure of a woman kneeling on the floor. Her hair hung loose, and both of her hands clutched her throat. Behind her, a little girl stood in the doorway. The child wore a white dress stained with dust. Her face was hidden in shadow, but Lynn knew the girl was looking at her. Daniel saw her too. He stepped back and stumbled over a rock. "No way," Miguel said quietly. "Don't look too long, and don't speak to her." But the child had already raised her hand. She pointed at Lynn. Then she pointed down at the ground in front of the store. The crying stopped. In its place, from inside the ruins, came a faint scratching sound. Scratch. 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 Like a child's fingernails scraping against wood from underneath. Miguel began pulling Lynn backward. "Leave now. There's something under there," Lynn said. "That is not your business. You know, don't you?" Miguel did not answer. Daniel had already switched on his flashlight and aimed it where the child had pointed. The light fell on an old plank almost buried beneath sand. Under it was a narrow gap. From that gap rose cold air. Far too cold for the desert. Lynn knelt and brushed away the sand. Miguel grabbed her shoulder. "Break time equals 0. 45s / You don't understand." She turned to him. "Then explain it." The old man looked at her. In the beam of the flashlight, the wrinkles in his face seemed deeper, like cracks in dry earth. "My father worked in Ruby when he was young," Miguel said. "My grandfather did too. My family has lived around this land longer than the town itself. There are stories people tell but never write down. No one wants to write them down." "What stories?" Miguel looked at the plank. After the Pearson murders, people said only the girls survived. But some in town heard a child crying many nights afterward. First, they thought it was memory, panic. Then someone said, there had been another child in the store that day. Daniel frowned. "There's no record of that. Because that child was not supposed to be there." Lynn felt her heart grow heavy. "What do you mean?" Miguel closed his eyes for a second. "A little Mexican girl, the daughter of a woman who worked in the area. Her mother left her at the store that day while she went to pick something up from a family near the mine. When the gunshots started, the child hid. No one found her. She died under here? Maybe. Maybe." Miguel looked at Lynn with exhausted eyes. The mother's family searched, but after the murders, the town was terrified. People didn't want to dig. They didn't want to talk about a child with no official papers. They didn't want to make an already horrifying story even worse. Then Ruby kept living. The mine reopened. People rebuilt, covered, repaired, and the crying began. Lynn looked at the plank. "Do you know the child's name?" Miguel was silent for a long time. "Isabel." The moment he said the name, the entire mercantile shook with a violent thud. Not from under the ground. From inside the broken wall. Daniel's flashlight flickered. Lynn's recorder burst with sharp static, and then a child's voice came through the speaker. "Not Isabel." Miguel's face went pale. Daniel stepped back. Lynn stared at the recorder in her hand. The child's voice came again. "Not Isabel." Then a woman's voice, very faint and distorted, as if coming through water. "Don't let Mother open the door." Lynn stood up slowly. "That isn't from Ruby," she whispered. Daniel looked at her. "What?" Lynn could no longer hear him, because in that woman's voice, she had recognized her mother. All of their equipment lost signal at once. The flashlights went out. In complete darkness, Lynn heard Ruby wake up. It was not one sound. It was dozens of sounds layered together. Hoofbeats circling the building. Men shouting. Women crying. A child sobbing. A wooden door being pounded. Metal dragging across the ground. Gunshots exploding from every direction. Daniel screamed her name, but his voice was swallowed by the chaos. Lynn reached blindly through the dark. Her fingers touched a cold earthen wall. Then they touched a small hand. She froze. The hand was holding two of her fingers. Small, cold, covered in dust. A child's voice spoke beside her ear. "You didn't pick up either." Lynn could not breathe. Before her eyes, the darkness opened into another room. It was no longer Ruby. She saw her mother's kitchen in California. Afternoon light slipped through the curtains. On the table, a phone was vibrating. The screen showed her name, Lynn. Her mother stood by the sink. One hand gripped the edge of the counter. Her face was twisted by the stroke. She tried to reach the phone but could not. The phone buzzed a few more times, then went silent. Lynn had imagined this scene many times, but never this clearly. She heard her mother's labored breathing. She heard her fingernails scraping against the tabletop. She heard her trying to say, "Please pick up." Lynn began to cry. Break time equals 0. 45s/. "I'm sorry." The child's hand tightened around hers. "Don't be sorry. Open the door." The kitchen disappeared. Lynn was standing in front of the mercantile again. The flashlights came back on. Daniel was a few steps away, his face drained of color. Miguel was kneeling beside the plank, trembling as he made the sign of the cross. From under the plank, the scratching continued. Scratch. 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 Lynn understood something then. Ruby did not call people through fear, called them through guilt. Everyone who entered that place carried some sound they had failed to answer. A missed call, an apology never spoken, a cry ignored. And Ruby used that sound to pull them closer. "Help me open it," Lynn said. Miguel shook his head violently. No. If you open it, you don't know what might come out with it. There's a child under there. It is not a child anymore. You don't know that. Miguel looked at her, his eyes red. I do know, because my father opened it once. The air seemed to thicken. Daniel lowered the camera. Your father? Miguel nodded slowly. In 1976, when they were removing squatters from Ruby, my father came with the inspection group. He heard crying beneath the floor of the store. He dug it up. He found a small hollow. Inside were a cloth doll, a child's shoe, and a few pieces of bone. Lynn went cold. Then what? He buried them in the cemetery. Then why is the crying still here? Miguel looked at the plank. Because what's under there is not what my father found. At that moment, the plank cracked. A black gap appeared. From below rose a cold, rotten smell. Damp earth, decayed wood, and something like clothing left too long in a sealed closet. Daniel gagged. Lynn shone the flashlight down. It was not deep. Beneath the floor was a small hollow, just large enough for a child to crawl into. But there were no bones, no doll, no shoe. Only an old tape recorder. A small cassette recorder from decades ago. It lay in the dirt, untouched by rot, as if it had been placed there yesterday. On its casing was a strip of yellowed tape. No writing. Only a dark brown fingerprint. Miguel saw the recorder and his face changed. No! Lynn turned to him. You know this. Miguel stepped back, his lips trembling. That belonged to my father. Daniel wanted to leave immediately, but Lynn could not. She picked up the cassette recorder with a handkerchief. It was freezing cold and heavier than it looked. There was still a tape inside. The strangest thing was that when Lynn pressed play, it worked. No batteries. No power. The gears inside turned with a dry clicking sound. A man's elderly voice came out of the small, damaged speaker. My name is Rafael Ortega. If anyone hears this tape, it means Ruby still refuses to be silent. Miguel collapsed to his knees as if struck in the chest. Father! The tape continued. I told people I found the bones of a child. That was true, but it was not the whole truth. The wind around the mercantile stopped. Ruby became so silent that Lynn could hear her own heartbeat. I knew who that child was. Her name was not Isabel. Isabel was her mother's name. The child's name was Clara. Lynn looked at Miguel. The old man covered his mouth, his eyes wide. Rafael Ortega's recorded voice trembled. Clara did not die in the robbery. She survived. She hid under the floor. When people found the adults dead, when the girls were taken away, no one heard her. Or someone did hear her, and chose not to open the door. A warped sigh moved through the tape. Because the person who opened the door was my grandfather. Miguel shook his head, as if trying to deny the voice of the dead. No! My grandfather worked for the store. He saw the girl, but he also saw a bag of money near the hatch. He took the money, then he closed the plank. He thought he would come back later, but that night the whole town was being searched. Everyone was afraid the killers might return. He didn't dare say anything. By the time he came back, the child was dead. No one spoke. Lynn felt her throat close. Raphael's voice continued. From then on, Clara cried in Ruby, not because she wanted to hurt anyone. She cried because the last person who heard her chose silence. That guilt passed down through my blood. My father heard it. I heard it. And my son, Miguel, will hear it too. Miguel sobbed without making a sound. The tape crackled violently. Then Raphael's voice dropped lower. I buried what was left of Clara, but I could not bury the sound, because the sound is not in the bones. It is in the last action of the living. If Ruby is ever to be silent, someone must open the door before the crying stops. The tape ended. Click. Immediately, from the hollow below, a child began to cry. This time, the sound was not far away. It was right beneath their feet. Open the door. The little girl sobbed. Please. Lynn looked at the open plank. She understood the horrifying truth of Ruby. The town was not haunted by those killed in the robbery. The gunshots were not the most terrifying thing. What held Ruby in place was a cry someone had once heard and chosen to ignore, and that guilt did not belong to the dead. It belonged to the living. Miguel crawled toward the mouth of the hollow, trembling. Clara, he whispered, I'm sorry. Below them, silence. Then the child's voice came. You are not the one who closed the door. Miguel cried. But I am the one who kept silent. Lynn looked at him. You knew all this before? Miguel nodded, nearly collapsing. My father told me before he died. He made me promise never to dig it up again. He said if Ruby was left alone, the crying would fade. But it didn't. No. Because you all kept staying silent. Miguel did not argue. Daniel set the camera down. For the first time since they had arrived in Ruby, he was not thinking about footage, sound, or the podcast. He was only looking at the hollow beneath the floor as if he were staring at a wound that had been bandaged incorrectly for 100 years. Lynn took a deep breath. We're going to bring the story into the light. Miguel looked up. No one will believe it. Not everyone has to believe it. They only have to stop pretending they don't hear it. She turned on her recorder and placed it beside the opening. Clara, Lynn said, her voice shaking but clear, if you want to say something, I'm listening. For several seconds, there was no sound. Then a small breath rose from the darkness below. Then the girl's voice spoke. No longer distorted. No longer distant. Did my mother come back? Lynn closed her eyes. The question went through her like a bullet. She could not lie to a child who had waited nearly a century. Miguel lowered his head to the ground. Yes, he whispered. Your mother came back. She searched for you. She called your name until her voice broke. She did not abandon you. The crying stopped abruptly. My mother called me? Yes. Did she hear me? Miguel began to cry harder. She heard you, but too late. A long silence followed. Then Clara said, Then open the door. Lynn, Daniel, and Miguel pulled the plank aside together. Beneath it, there was no longer a dark hollow. In the flashlight beam, they saw a small empty space glittering with dust. At its center lay a mother-of-pearl button, no larger than a fingertip. No one knew how long it had been there. No one knew why Miguel's father had never found it. Miguel reached down and picked up the button. The moment his fingers touched it, all of Ruby released a sigh. Not from one person, from the entire town. Wind passed through the empty window frames. The rusted sheet of metal fell silent. Far away, at the old schoolhouse, the swing frame without a seat trembled once, then stopped. There were no more gunshots, no more crying, only desert, Break time equals 0. 55s/, and a sky filled with stars. They left Ruby close to midnight. Miguel said nothing else. He held the button in his palm as if he feared that if he let it go, everything would begin again. Daniel drove. Lynn sat in the passenger seat with the recorder on her lap. No one turned on the radio. No one wanted to fill the silence with false sound. As the truck left the dirt road, Lynn looked back. Ruby lay behind them, dark and still. For the first time, it seemed like a town that had truly died. Not waiting for someone. Not calling to someone. Just dead. Daniel quietly asked, "Are you going to use the recording?" Lynn looked down at the device. "I don't know yet. This would be your biggest episode. Maybe. But..." Lynn did not answer. She thought of her mother, the missed call, the words "please pick up," that had haunted her for 2 years. Then she thought of Clara, a child who had cried for nearly a century not to frighten people, but to ask one very simple question. Can anyone hear me? When she returned to Tucson, Lynn stayed up all night backing up the data. There were more than 7 hours of audio. But strangely, every file recorded in Ruby was empty. No gunshots. No crying. No voice of Rafael Ortega. No Clara. Only wind. Daniel checked the camera memory card. The entire mercantile sequence was black with static. Lynn's photos did not capture the little girl in the schoolhouse. The blackboard appeared normal, coated in dust, with no mark drawn across it. The only evidence left was the mother-of-pearl button. Miguel kept it. 3 days later, he called Lynn. His voice sounded much lighter than it had before. "I buried it," he said, "outside the cemetery fence, near where the people without headstones are buried. Do you still hear anything?" Miguel was silent for a few seconds. "No. Last night, Ruby was quiet." Lynn exhaled. She thought the story ended there. But that evening, while editing a rough draft of the podcast, Lynn found a strange audio file on her computer. Break time equals 0. 35s/. It had no name. No creation date. Its file size was very small. She did not remember copying it over. Lynn stared at the screen for a long time before pressing play. At first, there was static. Then a soft breath. Then her mother's voice. Not distorted. Not distant. Clear, as if she were standing right behind her. "Lynn." She froze. Her hands rested on the keyboard, unable to move. Her mother's voice continued. "This time, I heard you." Tears filled Lynn's eyes. But before she could say anything, another sound came through the file. A tiny child's laugh. Then Clara whispered, "Thank you for opening the door." The file ended. Lynn sat in the dark for a very long time. Outside her apartment window, the Tucson night wind moved through the dry palm trees. The city was still lit. Cars still moved along the streets. Everything was normal. But from that day on, Lynn never made the podcast episode about Ruby. She deleted the entire draft. She returned the sponsorship money. She wrote only one line on her website. Some sounds were never meant to be played for others. 1 month later, Daniel sent her a message. There was only one audio file attached. And one sentence. "You need to hear this." Lynn opened the file. It was the sound of desert wind, then footsteps, then the creak of an old wooden door. After that came Daniel's voice, breathless. "I didn't go back to Ruby. I swear I didn't go back there." The audio went silent for a few seconds. Then, from very far away, came a gunshot. Bang. A pause. Bang. And finally, the sound of a child crying. But this time, it was not Clara's voice. Lynn turned ice cold when she heard the child whisper through the file. "There is one more door." Some places do not haunt us because they want revenge. They haunt us because something was left unanswered. A voice ignored. A door never opened. A child waiting in the dark for someone, anyone, to finally listen. And maybe that is what makes Ruby so terrifying. Not the gunshots, not the ruins, not even the crying in the night, but the thought that some sounds do not disappear. They wait. If this story kept you listening until the end, make sure to subscribe to Infinite Story Realm. Here, we uncover forgotten places, disturbing legends, true locations, and supernatural stories that still echo long after the final word. Leave a comment below and tell us, if you heard a child crying in an abandoned town, would you follow the sound? Or would you walk away before the door opened? Thank you for listening. And remember, some sounds were never meant to be played for others. Some ghost towns are empty. St. Elmo is not. High in the Colorado Rockies, a sound engineer came to record the silence of an abandoned mining town. But inside the old Home Comfort Hotel, he found something waiting in room 7. Something that does not need a body to follow you home. It only needs your voice. St. Elmo is an authentic ghost town in Chaffee County, Colorado, that once thrived on gold and silver mining in the late 19th century. At its peak, the town boasted a population of nearly 2,000 residents. Today, many of its original wooden structures remain remarkably preserved, including Main Street, the general store, the local hotel, and several old homes. The most infamous legend of St. Elmo surrounds Annabelle Stark, commonly known as Dirty Annie. It is said she fiercely protected the town in life, and even after her death, her apparition is still seen roaming the desolate streets, gazing out of empty hotel windows and lingering near the old homesteads. Do not ever leave a ghost town with something that does not belong to you. That is what people sometimes say when they talk about St. Elmo, an old mining town tucked deep in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. But most visitors treat the warning like a joke, the kind of cheap little thrill that makes a weekend trip feel more memorable. To Min Tran, at first, it was only another rumor. Min was 34, living in Denver, and working as an audio equipment repairman for a small studio. There was nothing unusual about his job. During the day, he replaced microphone jacks, tested speakers that buzzed, and cleaned up recordings for local podcasts. At night, he took whatever side work he could find. Sound design for travel videos, ambience tracks for student films, and sometimes field recordings of wind, forests, or old houses for horror storytelling channels on YouTube. He was not a ghost hunter. At least that was what he always told himself. One early October afternoon, Min received an email from a new client. Her name was Ruth Callahan. She said she was putting together a family documentary project about old mining towns in Colorado, and she wanted to hire Min to record sound on location at St. Elmo. She did not need professional video. She only wanted real audio. Wind moving through old wooden buildings, floorboards creaking, metal bells if any could still be found, and the silence of a place where too many people once lived. That last phrase caught Min's attention. The silence of a place where too many people once lived. It sounded more like advertising copy than a job request, but Ruth's offer was generous. She also attached one private note at the end of the email. Please do not record after sunset, and if you hear footsteps behind you, do not turn around right away. Min read that line twice, then laughed. He forwarded the email to June Parker, one of his closest friends and an elementary school teacher in Denver. June loved the history of the American West. She loved abandoned mining towns. She loved old ghost stories so much that she could name every supposedly haunted hotel within a 300-mile radius. Less than 5 minutes later, June called him. "Take the job," she said the moment he answered. "You did read the warning, right?" "I did. That is exactly why you should take it. Ruth said if I hear footsteps, I should not turn around. That is why I am going with you." Min sighed. "Am I hiring you as an assistant?" "No, you are bringing me as a witness. If anything happens, at least someone can say you did not imagine it." June said it half joking, half serious. That was always her way. She had shoulder-length brown hair, usually wore an old denim jacket, and carried a small notebook everywhere. In the classroom, she was gentle and patient. Outside of it, she was the kind of person who could stand in front of an abandoned house at midnight just to see if something inside would answer. 2 days later, they left Denver before sunrise. The road to St. Elmo was long, and the farther they drove, the emptier the world became. Suburbs disappeared behind them, replaced by pine forest, rock walls, and winding roads that climbed toward the mountains. October wind scraped against the car windows like fingernails dragging across metal. Min had placed his recorder on the back seat beside a shotgun microphone, headphones, spare batteries, and a small camera. He planned to capture only a little supporting footage: the mountain road, the old main street, a few corners of the town. Just enough for the client to know where the sounds had come from. June sat beside him with her notes already open. "You know," she said, looking out the window, "St. Elmo was not always called St. Elmo. Let me guess, Forest City." June looked at him. "You researched it?" "If someone is paying me, I at least read the basics." "Then you have heard about Annabelle Stark." Min glanced at her. "Dirty Annie?" June nodded. "People say she still stays around there, protecting the town from vandals, thieves, and people who go where they should not." "That sounds more like a strict security guard than a ghost." "The strict ghosts are the ones you should be afraid of." Min smiled, but when the car turned onto County Road 162, the smile faded. The road into St. Elmo was narrower than he expected. On one side rose the mountain slope. On the other, dark stretches of forest opened here and there to reveal cold water flashing beneath a gray sky. The closer they got to town, the weaker their phone signal became. The radio began to hiss, spitting out broken fragments that sounded almost like whispering. June reached over and turned it off. "I am not scared," she said. "That sound just gives me a headache." Min did not answer. He had just heard something inside the static. A woman's voice. Not clear enough to understand, but close enough to make the back of his neck go cold. They reached St. Elmo just before 11 in the morning. The town appeared after a bend in the road like a scene time had forgotten. Old wooden buildings lined the dirt street, their tin roofs rusted, their windows veiled in white curtains, their storefronts bleached by mountain sun and snow. Behind them stood pine trees and high ridges, silent and watchful, as if the mountains themselves were looking down at every visitor who entered. A few other tourists were taking pictures near the general store. A family was feeding chipmunks nearby. In daylight, the town was not as frightening as Min had expected. It was almost peaceful. But the peace felt thin, like a sheet thrown over something lying still underneath. Min parked where visitors were allowed, checked his equipment, and stepped out. The moment his shoe touched the ground, the recorder in his bag turned itself on. The red light blinked. Min frowned. He was certain he had turned it off. June leaned down to look. Bad battery? No, maybe the button got pressed. He stopped the recording and checked the file that had just been created. It was only 7 seconds long. Min put on his headphones and played it. At first, there was the sound of the car door closing. Then wind. Then, very faintly, footsteps. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. They stopped directly behind the microphone. Min took off the headphones. June looked at him. "What is it?" "Probably you getting out of the car." "I was still sitting in the car." Min did not answer. He deleted the file. A bad recording did not mean anything. In a windy place full of old boards and visitors walking around, sound could trick anyone. They began recording along Main Street. Min worked professionally. He placed the microphone near the wooden steps of an old building and captured wind slipping under the floor. He recorded the cry of a hinge when a small gate moved in the breeze. He also recorded the sound of pine trees moving on the slope behind town. June walked with him, reading building names from her notebook. She was careful to remind Min not to enter any building closed to visitors, not to touch private doors, and not to take anything from the ground, not even a tiny piece of metal. "You sound like a tour guide," Min teased. June's face stayed serious. In a ghost town, rules matter more than courage. In the early afternoon, they met a local man named Eli Brooks. He was around 60, wearing a gray knit cap and a heavy jacket, and he drove an old pickup truck. He was fixing a low fence near one of the wooden houses. When Eli saw Min's equipment, he asked, "You folks making a movie?" "Just field recordings," Min said. "We have permission from Ruth Callahan." At the sound of Ruth's name, something shifted in Eli's eyes. "Ruth is still telling stories about this place?" "You know her. Everybody around here knows Ruth." June stepped closer. "We are only recording in daylight. We will leave before dark." Eli looked at her, then at Min. "I hope so." It did not sound like a threat. It sounded like a wish. Min asked, "Do you have any advice?" Eli set down his hammer and wiped his hands on his pants. 3 things. 1. Do not enter any building that is not open to visitors. 2. Do not take anything from the ground. 3. If you see a woman at a second-story window, let her look. But do not look where she is looking. June opened her notebook immediately. Why not? Eli looked toward a row of old buildings where white curtains hung motionless behind cloudy glass. Because the thing she is looking at is not always in the same time as we are. Then he picked up his hammer and went back to the fence, as if he had just been talking about the weather. Afternoon moved fast in the mountains. The light slanted across old roofs and turned the windows into dark squares reflecting a silver sky. Visitors began to leave. The family feeding chipmunks disappeared. Laughter drained from the street. Soon there was only wind, old wood, and the sound of Min and June walking over dirt. Stopwatch equals 0.55s. They were recording near the Home Comfort Hotel when the first real incident happened. It was a small sound from inside the hotel. Like someone setting a glass down on a table. Min stopped. June heard it too. They both looked toward a first-floor window. It was dark inside. The door was locked. No one was there. A mouse, Min said. June shook her head. Mice do not set down glasses. Min switched on the recorder and aimed the microphone toward the window. In his headphones, he heard wind. Then a floorboard creaked. One slow footstep. Then another. Not outside. Inside. June leaned toward the glass, but Min pulled her back. Do not touch it. I was not touching it. Do not stare too long either. June turned to him, surprised. Are you starting to believe this? Before Min could answer, something moved behind the white curtain on the second floor. Very fast. The shape of a woman. Long hair. Light-colored clothing. No clear face. June held her breath. Min slowly lifted the camera, but when he pressed record, the second-floor window reflected only gray clouds. Did you see that? June asked. Yes. Was it a person? Min could not answer. At that moment, the recorder crackled. The signal jumped as if it were receiving a loud voice, though the street around them was nearly silent. Min put on the headphones. A woman's voice came through, close and dry, distorted like an old tape. Do not let it down the mountain. Min ripped off the headphones. June saw his pale face. What? He handed her the headphones. June listened. She stood perfectly still. The file kept recording. After the sentence came footsteps. Not one person, many people. Slow steps dragging across wooden floors, pacing back and forth inside the locked hotel. Then everything stopped. A knock sounded from the glass in front of them. June stepped back. Knock. Min looked up. The second floor was empty. Knock. The third knock did not come from the window. It came from the recorder in his hand. Min turned it off. They left the hotel without saying a word. When they returned to the car, Eli was standing across the street, watching them from under the brim of his knit cap. You heard it, he said. Min tried to keep his voice steady. Heard what? Eli did not answer right away. He stepped closer and looked at the recorder. Some things here do not travel by image, he said. They travel by sound. Doors closing, shoes on boards, someone calling a name. People think bringing a camera makes them safe because ghosts only show up in pictures. But this town used to live by noise. Trains, mines, men in saloons, guests renting rooms. When all of it disappeared, What remained was not silence. June asked quietly, "Then what was it?" Eli looked toward the Home Comfort Hotel. "It was the sounds that were never given back." That sentence made Min remember Ruth's request to record the silence of a place where too many people once lived. Suddenly, the job no longer felt like a normal contract. He called Ruth, but his phone had no signal. He tried to send a text. Failed. June's phone did the same. Their car was exactly where they had left it, but the screens showed one gray bar, then nothing at all. "We should go," June said. Min agreed immediately. But when he opened the trunk to pack up, he saw something strange inside the microphone bag. An old key. It was dark brass, about the length of a finger, with green corrosion along the teeth. A small metal tag hung from it, stamped with a number. Number 7. Min picked it up. "Is this yours?" June shook her head. "I did not bring anything like that." "Maybe Ruth left it in the equipment bag by mistake." "Min," June said slowly, "the equipment bag is yours." He stared at the key. It was colder than the air around them, cold enough to numb his fingertips. When Eli saw it, his face changed. "Where did you get that?" "I did not get it anywhere. It was in my bag." "Put it back." "Back where?" Eli did not answer at first. He looked around the street as daylight began to fade, then said, "Room 7. June swallowed. "Where is room 7? Eli pointed at the hotel. "No," Min said almost instantly. Eli looked at him. "If you take that key out of town, whatever belongs to it goes out with you." June asked, "What belongs to it?" Wind moved hard through the street, making the old curtains in the hotel window tremble. Eli lowered his voice. "Not Annabelle." That made both of them go silent. Min thought of the legend of the woman who protected the town. If the shape in the second-floor window had been Annabelle, then the voice on the recorder had been warning them. "Do not let it down the mountain." So what was it? Eli told them to wait. He went to his truck and returned with a heavy flashlight and a set of modern keys. "The hotel is not open to outsiders," he said. "But if that thing appeared in your bag, it means someone wants it returned to the right place." "You say that like this has happened before," Min said. Eli did not look at him. "It has." They walked toward the Home Comfort Hotel as the sun slipped behind the ridge. The last gold light of the day fell across the old boards, making the whole town look like an old photograph with burned edges. Min carried his equipment bag. The key to room 7 sat in his jacket pocket. June stayed close beside him. Eli led the way with the flashlight ready, though it was not fully dark yet. The hotel door opened with a long groan. Inside, the air smelled of dust, rotten wood, and old fabric. It was not only the smell of an abandoned building. There was something else beneath it, faint and dry, like flowers left too long in a drawer. Min stepped onto the floor. The boards creaked under his shoe. Somewhere above them, another board answered. June stopped. Eli raised one hand for silence. They crossed the small lobby. Old furniture was hidden under cloth. A dark front desk stood to the left, its surface thick with dust. Behind the desk were small cubbyholes where room keys had once been kept. The slot for number 7 was empty. Min took the key from his pocket. The moment it met the air in the lobby, every other key slot began to tremble. Jingle, 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 as if an invisible hand had brushed across them. June whispered, "We put it back, then we leave." No one disagreed. The staircase to the second floor was narrow and steep. Every step made the hotel groan. Min switched on his recorder by habit, but Eli turned and glared at him. "Turn it off. This is evidence. You do not understand. The more you record, the more paths it has." Min hesitated. Then he turned it off. The second floor hallway seemed longer than the hotel should allow. Eli's flashlight swept over closed doors. Most of the numbers had faded. Room 3, Room 5, Room 6. There was no Room 7. They reached the end of the hallway. There was only an old wooden wall. Eli frowned. "That is not right." June asked, "Have you been up here before?" "Yes, but I have never seen Room 7. Min lifted the key. The metal burned cold in his palm. When he brought it near the wall, a sound came from behind the boards. Click, like a latch opening. June stepped back. A crack formed in the wall at the end of the hall. Dust fell. The boards seemed to separate on their own, revealing a narrow, low door that had been hidden for years. A number was carved by hand into the wood. 7. No one spoke. Eli cursed under his breath. Min felt every reasonable explanation collapse inside his mind. A room could not appear by itself. An old hotel could not change its structure because of a key, but the door was there, and the key in his hand fit the lock. June placed her hand over his. "Min, we can throw the key inside and leave." From behind the door, a woman's voice said, "Not him." The voice was dry and weak, but clear. Min froze. Eli raised the flashlight. "Who is in there?" There was no answer. Then another voice came. This time it was a man's voice, distant, as if rising from deep underground. "Do not open it for it." June whispered, "There are more of them." Min wanted to turn away. He truly wanted to, but at that moment, footsteps came from the far end of the hallway behind them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, slowly climbing the stairs. Eli turned off the flashlight. Darkness swallowed the hallway. In the dark, Min heard the rustle of fabric, a very soft breath. The faint smell of dried flowers passed through the air. Then a woman's figure appeared at the head of the hallway. Her face was unclear. She was only the shape of a woman in a pale long dress, hair falling to her shoulders. She stood at the top of the stairs and did not come closer. In one hand she held something long and dark, like the barrel of an old gun. June gripped Min's arm. Eli bowed his head slightly, as if greeting someone he knew. The woman's shape did not look at them. She looked at the door to room 7. Then she raised her other hand and pointed at Min. No, not at Min. At his equipment bag. Min looked down. Inside the bag, his recorder had turned itself on again. The red light blinked. It was recording, but the timer did not show a few seconds. It showed more than 4 hours. A chill went through Min. He was certain he had turned it off only minutes earlier. He pressed stop. The recorder did not respond. The level meter jumped again and again, even though no one was speaking. From the headphones hanging beside the bag, a whisper came out. This time it was not a woman's voice. It was Min's own voice. Room 7 is open. Min dropped the recorder. The door to room 7 flew open. Cold wind poured out, carrying the smell of wet earth, coal smoke, and something rotten. Inside was not a bedroom. Eli's trembling flashlight shone into a darkness much deeper than the hotel's structure should have allowed. It looked more like a tunnel. Floorboards became dirt and stone. Wooden walls became damp mine rock. June made a sound like a cry that could not fully escape. On the ground, Min saw small objects. Buttons, broken glass, shoelaces, a copper ring, a few rotten luggage tags. And many recorders. Not old ones from the 19th century. Cassette recorders, digital recorders, phones, dash cameras, even modern devices that had been made only a few years ago. All of them lay in the darkness like dead eyes. From deep in the tunnel, footsteps sounded. They were not coming closer. They were circling, as if someone were trapped in a room with no walls. Eli pulled Min back. "Give me the key." Min tried to hand it over, but the key was no longer in his hand. It was gone. A woman's voice came from the recorder on the floor. "You opened the door with something else." June trembled. "With what?" The recorder gave a small laugh. "With your voice." Then Min understood. The key was only bait. What truly opened room 7 was recorded sound. A voice, footsteps, breathing, invisible traces of the living. Each time someone recorded in the town, they did not only take sound away, they left part of themselves behind. And if they recorded long enough, if they accidentally captured the thing waiting in the dark, the door would open. The woman's figure at the end of the hallway raised the gun barrel. She did not aim at them. She aimed at the recorder. A dry gunshot cracked through the dark. The recorder shattered. At the same instant, the thing inside room 7 screamed. It was not a human scream. It sounded like hundreds of voices layered together, furious and starving. The door shook. Black hands reached from inside and clung to the frame, clawing at the wood, stretching like shadows instead of flesh. Eli shouted, "Run!" They fled down the stairs. Behind them, doors slammed over and over on the second floor. Footsteps chased them, no longer slow. Min heard his own voice behind him. "June, wait for me." Then June's voice. "Min, this way." Then Eli's voice. "The exit is here." Every voice was perfect. And because it was perfect, it was horrifying. June nearly ran toward a room on the left when she heard her mother's voice calling from inside. Min grabbed her just as the door flew open. Beyond it, there was only thick darkness. They burst out of the hotel into full night. St. Elmo no longer looked like the town they had entered in daylight. The wooden buildings lined the road like old people turning their backs. Every window was dark, but Min felt as if someone stood behind every curtain, watching. Their car was not far away, but the road seemed longer. Eli ran ahead. Min and June followed. Footsteps gathered behind them. Not one person, not two. An invisible crowd was running over the dirt street. Min did not look back. He remembered the warning. If you hear footsteps behind you, do not turn around right away. But June could not help herself. She looked back. Only for 1 second. Then she screamed. Min pulled her so hard she fell against him. He did not look behind them, but in June's eyes he saw a reflection he would never forget. Many female shadows standing along the street. Not one Annabelle, not one ghost. Dozens of dark figures with long hair and torn dresses, their faces hidden in shadow, all bending down as if smelling the footprints of the living. Behind them, something much taller crawled out of the hotel. It had no fixed shape. It was made from pieces of sound. Its mouth opened with the shriek of a door. One arm reached out with the crack of breaking boards. Its face was stitched from hundreds of voices calling names in desperation. Min shoved June into the car and jumped into the driver's seat. Eli climbed into his pickup ahead of them. Min turned the key. The engine did not start. He tried again. Nothing. From the back seat, a woman's voice whispered, "Do not let it down the mountain." Min went rigid. June spun around. The back seat was empty, but on the rear window, a pale hand pressed against the glass from outside. The hand did not hit the window. It simply rested there, as if keeping something else from climbing into the car. Min turned the key a third time. The engine roared to life. The car shot out of St. Elmo, gravel spitting under the tires. In the rearview mirror, Min saw the woman in the pale dress standing in the middle of the road. She was not chasing them. She only stood alone before the town as it sank into darkness. Behind her, the dark figures stopped at the edge of the street, as if an invisible line held them back. Min drove for 20 minutes without speaking. June sat beside him, pale and shaking, her notebook pressed against her chest. When the phone signal returned, his phone began vibrating again and again. The texts that had failed earlier finally sent. A missed call from Ruth Callahan appeared on the screen. Min pulled into a gravel turnout near the main road. Eli stopped his truck ahead of them, got out, and walked back. "Are you both whole?" he asked. June nodded, but she still could not speak. Min looked toward the Black Mountain Road behind them. "What is in that room?" Eli lit a cigarette. His hand shook slightly. "Nobody knows for sure. People like to talk about Annabelle because she has a name, a face, a story. But St. Elmo did not have only one dead soul. Every mining town had people who disappeared without paperwork, without graves, without anyone searching for them. Workers, drifters, hired women, guests who stayed one night and never went home. Some people say a room in the hotel was once used to hide things that were not supposed to be spoken of. Others say the mine tunnels run closer than the maps show. I do not know what is true." He looked at Min. "But I know something in there has always wanted to leave." June said very softly, "And it travels by sound." Eli nodded. "In the old days, it traveled by a voice calling from the dark. Later by cassette tape, then cameras, then phones. It learns the voices of the living and uses them to open the way." Min remembered the file that had shown more than 4 hours. "The recorder is broken," he said. "There is nothing left." Eli looked at him for a long time. "Are you sure?" Min opened the equipment bag. The main recorder was shattered. Plastic and metal pieces lay inside the bag. But under the foam padding, Min's small camera remained. A red light was blinking on it. It was still recording. Min felt his heart drop. He turned it off immediately. June stepped away. "When did it start recording?" Min checked the screen. The memory was almost full. File duration, 4 hours and 17 minutes. Eli went pale. Delete it. Min pressed delete. The screen displayed, file cannot be deleted. He tried again. Nothing. He pulled out the memory card, threw it on the ground, and crushed it under his shoe. The card cracked in half. At that exact moment, a woman's breath came from the camera's tiny speaker. Very soft. Very close. Then silence. Eli told them they must not keep any device that had recorded inside the hotel. He took a metal bag from his truck and placed the broken recorder, batteries, cables, and memory card pieces inside. He said he would bring them back to the town the next morning, so that what belongs there stays there. Min did not argue. He only wanted to go back to Denver. On the drive home, June fell asleep from exhaustion. Min drove in silence. The mountain road opened into highway. City lights slowly appeared on the horizon. Everything seemed normal again. But when Min stopped in front of June's house, she did not get out right away. She turned to him and asked, "Do you hear that?" Min turned off the engine. They sat still. There was nothing but the ticking sound of the cooling car. Hear what? June looked at the back seat. Footsteps. Min turned around. The back seat was empty. June gave a weak laugh, as if she knew how ridiculous she sounded. "I am probably just exhausted." She got out, hugged her notebook to her chest, and told Min to text her when he got home. Min nodded. He did not tell her that the moment she closed the car door, he heard a very soft footstep too. Not outside the car. Behind the driver's seat. That night, Min did not sleep. He took a long shower, changed clothes, made coffee, and sat down at his computer. He told himself he needed to email Ruth, cancel the job, and return the money if he had to. But when he opened his laptop, he saw a new folder on the desktop. The folder was named C_Ilmo_audio. Min went cold. He had not copied any files. He opened the folder. Inside was one file. Room_7_final.wave. Duration, 4 hours and 17 minutes. Min jumped up from the chair. He checked the hard drive. He checked the ports. He checked the file history. Nothing. The file could not be there. Eli had taken all the devices. He was about to delete it. The cursor stopped over the delete button. Then a stupid thought, deeply human and deeply ordinary, crossed his mind. What if this was proof? What if he sent the file to Ruth or June or an audio expert? They could confirm he had not imagined any of it. Min put on his headphones. He only meant to listen for a few seconds. The file began with wind. Then the sound of a car door closing. June laughing far away. Eli saying, "Put it back." The hotel stairs. The key. The door to room 7 opening. Min wanted to stop it. But just as he reached for the mouse, his mother's voice came through the headphones. His mother had died 4 years earlier. "Min," she called softly, "you came home so late." His entire body froze. That voice could not exist on any of his equipment. His mother had never been to St. Elmo. She had never even set foot in Colorado. "Can you hear me?" Min pulled off the headphones, but his mother's voice continued. Not from the headphones. from behind him. He did not turn around. Tears ran down his face, but he did not turn around. His mother's voice grew gentler. "Just look at me for a moment." Min shut his eyes. Eli's words came back to him. "It learns the voices of the living." No, not only the living. It learns the voices of the dead we remember most. Min yanked the laptop power cord from the wall. The screen went black. The room fell into darkness. The voice behind him stopped. Min sat frozen until morning. When the sun came up, he called June. No one answered. He called again. No answer. On the fifth call, an unfamiliar man's voice picked up. It was a Denver police officer. He said June Parker had been found in her living room at dawn, alive but unconscious, sitting with her face turned toward a corner of the wall. On the floor in front of her was her notebook. Every page had been filled with the same sentence. "Do not let it hear your name." Min drove to the hospital. June woke near noon. She remembered nothing after getting home. But the nurse said that while she was unconscious, she had kept repeating one name. Not Min's name. Not Annabelle's. Ruth Callahan. Min called Ruth from the hospital hallway. This time, someone answered. An old woman's voice came through, very weak. "Mr. Tran." "You know what is happening," Min said. "Why did you hire me?" The other end was silent for a long time. Then Ruth sighed. "I did not hire you to record sound." "Then why?" "To confirm whether it had found a way down the mountain." Min gripped the phone. "What did you say?" "My family once owned part of the property in town. Many years ago, my father brought a tape out of St. Elmo. He thought it was only strange noise. After that, footsteps began inside our house. My mother heard her little brother calling from the closet, even though he had died as a child. My father hanged himself in the garage after listening to the tape for 3 nights. Before he died, he wrote one sentence: "It does not need a body. It only needs to be heard." Min felt the hospital hallway tilt. "You knew all that and still sent me there?" "I had to know if it was still in St. Elmo or if it had left. I am sorry." "You are sorry?" Ruth's voice broke. "If you hear the file, do not play it for anyone. Do not send it. Do not post it. Do not try to analyze it. The more people hear it, the more voices it has to use." Min looked through the glass door of June's room. She sat on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the wall. "How do we stop it?" Ruth whispered, "Return it to room 7. "How?" "You have to bring back the first recording." The equipment was destroyed. "No," Ruth said. "The first recording is not in the equipment." Min did not understand. Ruth spoke slowly. "It is inside the first person who listened long enough." The phone slipped from Min's hand. He looked at his reflection in the glass door of June's hospital room. In the glass, behind him, a woman stood very close. Not Annabelle in the pale dress. A black shadow with long hair. Its face hidden behind a curtain of tangled hair. It leaned close to his ear. And in Min's own voice, it whispered, "Room 7 is open." 3 days later, police found Min's car parked on the shoulder of County Road 162, about 2 miles from St. Elmo. The driver's door was open. There were no signs of a struggle. His phone, wallet, and jacket were still inside. On the passenger seat was a laptop with a dead battery. Min Tran had disappeared. Eli Brooks told police he had not seen Min again after that night. Ruth Callahan refused to answer any more questions. June Parker recovered after 1 week, but she never spoke about the trip to St. Elmo again. She quit teaching, moved away from Denver, and cut contact with almost everyone she knew. The case was not strange enough to make national news. People treated it as another man lost in the mountains. Maybe he had wandered off. Maybe he had gone somewhere dangerous. Maybe the weather had killed him. In Colorado, stories like that are not rare. But 3 months later, a small YouTube channel dedicated to horror stories uploaded a new video. No one knew who posted it. The title was St. Elmo Ghost Town Where the Spirits Follow People. The video had no images, only a black screen and an audio track 4 hours and 17 minutes long. For the first 10 minutes, listeners heard only wind, a car door closing, and 2 people speaking on an old street. At minute 11, footsteps began. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They stopped directly behind the listener. Many comments said the sound design was too realistic. Some people wearing headphones joked that they had actually turned around to look behind them. But on the second day, the comments changed. I heard my grandmother's voice near the end. Why did the audio say my name? I turned the video off, but I can still hear footsteps in my room. Someone was standing behind my chair last night. Please do not listen with headphones. On the 3rd day, the video was deleted. The channel disappeared with it. But before it vanished, one final comment was pinned at the top. The account that posted it was named Min Tran. The comment contained only one sentence. Do not turn around right away. It needs to see your face before it can learn your voice. If this story made you glance over your shoulder, do not ignore that feeling. Subscribe to Infinite Story Realm for more cinematic horror stories based on real places, forgotten legends, and the things people still whisper about after dark. And before you leave, tell me in the comments, if you heard a loved one's voice calling from behind you, would you turn around? Have you ever heard a baby crying where no baby could possibly be? Out in the Nevada desert, there is a lake so blue it almost looks unreal. Pyramid Lake is beautiful, ancient, and sacred to the Pyramid Lake Paiute people. But after midnight, some visitors claim the water begins to cry. Tonight, we follow Maya Tran, an ordinary sound editor chasing one missing photograph, one hidden family secret, and a voice beneath the lake. A voice that has been waiting for her since childhood. Located in Nevada, Pyramid Lake is one of the state's largest natural lakes, and the largest remnant of ancient Lake Lahontan. The area holds deep cultural significance for the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe and is renowned for its prominent tufa rock formations. Most notably, the Stone Mother, which is rooted in indigenous legend. The Water Babies legend is shared among many indigenous communities across the Great Basin. They are typically described as sacred entities, residing near lakes, springs, and deep waters, and should not be simply misconstrued as baby ghosts in the style of modern urban legends. No one in the small town of Nixon liked hearing a child cry after midnight, especially when the sound came from the lake. Outsiders usually blamed the wind. In the Nevada desert, wind could make almost any sound. It could scrape through limestone formations, squeeze through hollow tufa stone, and come out on the other side sounding like a woman whispering, a man calling from far away, or an animal dying somewhere beyond the road. But the people who lived near Pyramid Lake knew one thing very clearly. Wind did not sob. Wind did not gasp between cries. And wind did not sound like a newborn child, cold, hungry, and trapped under dark water. At 1:17 in the morning, Maya Tran heard the crying for the first time. She was sitting inside a rented silver pickup, parked about 30 yards from the shoreline. The engine was off. The windows were closed. Beyond the glass, the lake stretched out in a wide sheet of blue-black darkness. Farther away, pale tufa towers rose out of the water like old bones left behind by some prehistoric animal. Maya stopped her audio recorder. She held her breath. The crying did not stop. It became clearer, thin, broken, wet. It seemed to come from just beyond the rocks, from somewhere under the surface. She looked at the passenger seat. Her small camera was charging from a power bank. Beside it lay a folder of old documents, a few printed photographs, and a black notebook. On the first page, she had written 4 words: Pyramid Lake, Water Babies, Episode 4. Maya worked as a sound editor for a true crime and paranormal podcast called Desert Static. Her job was not glamorous. She was not the famous host. She was not the investigator with 1 million followers. Most nights, she sat in her small apartment in Reno, removing mouth clicks, cutting out long breaths, cleaning static, and making other people's stories sound more terrifying than they had any right to be. But this episode was different. This one had been her idea. 3 months earlier, Maya received an envelope with no return address. Inside was one old, faded photograph. In the picture, a little girl stood on the shore of a lake. She was about 4 years old, wearing a red coat with black hair cut at her chin. Behind her was deep blue water, and in the distance, a pyramid-shaped rock rose from the lake. The little girl was holding a cloth doll. Maya recognized her immediately. It was Maya herself. But she had no memory of ever visiting Pyramid Lake. Maya had grown up in Sacramento with her mother. Her father, Daniel Tran, had been a documentary camera operator. He disappeared when Maya was 4. Her mother had always said he died in a car accident while traveling for work. There had been no large funeral, no clear grave, no detailed story. Whenever Maya asked questions, her mother gave the same answer. Some things are better left asleep. But the photograph woke everything up. On the back, written in faded blue ink, was a single sentence. Do not bring the girl near the water when she hears the crying. There was no signature, no date, nothing else. When Maya showed the picture to her mother, the color drained from the older woman's face. She stood silent for almost a full minute. Then she tore the photograph in half. But Maya had already taken a picture of it with her phone. That night, her mother called her. Her voice shook so badly that Maya barely recognized it. Do not go to Pyramid Lake. Why? Maya, listen to me. Do not make a podcast about that place. Dad died there, didn't he? The silence on the line gave her the answer. 1 week later, Maya took time off from work, borrowed recording gear from the studio, and drove toward Pyramid Lake. At first, she told herself she was going there for the podcast. But deep down, she knew the truth. She was going there to find her father. Or at least, to find the real version of the death her mother had hidden for 27 years. Maya reached the lake on an October afternoon. The road out of Reno felt ordinary at first. Gas stations, strip malls, traffic lights, houses. Then the city thinned behind her, and the landscape opened into desert, gray mountains, pale dust, and a sky so wide it made every human thought feel small. Pyramid Lake appeared after a bend in the road. A huge blue body of water sat in the middle of the desert. Maya pulled over without thinking. She had seen photographs online, but the real lake was different. It did not look soft. It looked sharp, cold, almost impossible. In some places, the water turned turquoise. In others, it darkened into ink. White limestone tufa formations stood along the shore, rough and porous, like coral that had forgotten the ocean. Far out across the water, the pyramid-shaped island stood exactly as it did in the old photograph. Maya did not cry. Her throat only tightened. For one moment, she almost heard her father's voice behind her. She imagined the old camera clicking in his hands. She imagined him laughing softly and saying, "Hold still, Maya. Look at the lake." When she turned around, there was only wind. Before setting up camp, Maya stopped at the local museum and visitors center. She wanted to ask about the water baby's legend, but the older woman at the front desk studied her for a long time before answering. Her name was Ruth. She had silver hair tied back from her face, dark, bright eyes, and a voice that was slow without being weak. "Are you making a film?" Ruth asked. "Podcast," Maya said. "I record folklore, missing person cases, and local legends." Ruth looked at the recorder in Maya's hand. "So you plan to tell it like a ghost story?" Maya hesitated. "I want to tell it respectfully. Outsiders always say that." The sentence was not cruel, but it made Maya's face grow warm. Ruth came out from behind the desk and led Maya to a large photograph of a tufa formation shaped like a seated woman. Beside the stone figure was a basket-like hollow. The image was labeled Stone Mother. "This lake is not just a backdrop for something scary," Ruth said. "It is memory. It is home. People pray here, fish here, mourn here, and teach their children what must be remembered." "I understand." "No," Ruth said. "You don't." Maya said nothing. Ruth looked toward the window, where the afternoon light flashed across the water. Water babies are not just crying sounds for tourists. Some outside versions twist the stories into something cruel, something easy to sell. But for many people, the beings connected to water are not simple ghosts. They belong to the water. They warn. They guard boundaries. What boundaries? Between the living, Ruth said, and the things they should not touch. Maya listened to the air conditioner humming above them. Then she opened the photograph on her phone. "Have you ever seen this man?" Ruth looked down. In the image, behind the little girl in the red coat, a young man knelt beside a camera. His face was blurred, but his gentle eyes and messy black hair were still visible. Ruth did not answer right away. Maya saw her hand tighten. "That's my father," Maya said. "Daniel Tran. He disappeared in 1997. My mother told me it was a car accident, but I think he died here." Ruth gave the phone back. "You should ask your mother. She won't tell me. Then maybe she has a reason." "You knew him, didn't you?" Ruth turned back toward the lake. "Many people came here with cameras," she said. "Some took only images. Some took more than that. What kind was my father?" Ruth looked at Maya with an expression too sad to be simple. "Your father was the man who heard the crying." That evening, Maya set up camp on a permitted stretch of the western shore. She was not completely alone. About 100 yards away, an older couple had parked an RV and were fishing. Farther down the shore, two young men had pitched a tent and were grilling hot dogs beside a small speaker. But after sunset, all human sounds seemed to thin out, as if the lake was absorbing them. Maya turned on her recorder. "Day 1 at Pyramid Lake," she said, forcing her voice to remain professional. "I'm on the western shore. The temperature dropped quickly after sunset. The wind is strong. The lake is almost flat. Earlier today, I spoke to a woman named Ruth at the museum. She confirmed that my father came here in 1997. Maya stopped. For some reason, saying my father came here changed the air inside the tent. It felt as if she had named someone who had already been waiting outside. She unzipped the tent and looked out. The sky was full of stars. The lake was black. The white tufa rocks reflected the moon and looked like skulls rising from the sand. She continued recording. Ruth said my father heard the crying. I don't know what that means yet, but a small sound interrupted her. A wet sound. Like a child's hand slapping the surface of the water. Maya turned off the recorder. There it was again. Pat, pat, pat. She grabbed her flashlight and stepped out. Cold wind hit her face. She pulled her coat tighter and aimed the beam toward the shoreline. No one was there. Only small ripples spread from a spot 5 yards from shore. Maya walked closer. In the wet sand, she saw footprints. Very small footprints. The kind a 2-year-old child might leave. They began at the waterline, crossed the sand, and stopped directly in front of her tent. Maya stood very still. She told herself they could be old prints. They could belong to an animal. They could be a prank by the two campers down the shore. But the footprints were still wet. And right in front of the tent flap, lying on the sand, was a small object. A cloth doll. Old, soaked. One button eye hanging by a thread. Maya knelt down. She knew that doll. It was the one in the photograph. She backed away, breath caught in her throat. From the lake, the crying began again. This time it was louder. Not one child. Many. Their voices folded together beneath the water, forming a thin, freezing chorus. Maya ran into the tent, zipped it shut, and sat inside her sleeping bag until dawn. She did not sleep. At nearly 3 in the morning, after the crying had stopped, the recorder inside her backpack turned on by itself. The red light blinked. A man's voice came through the tiny speaker, distorted by static. Maya. She froze. The voice was damaged and distant, but she recognized it from the only VHS tape her mother had kept. Her father's voice. Maya, if you ever hear this... The recorder clicked off. The darkness inside the tent felt suddenly heavy. Then, on the other side of the thin fabric, something placed a tiny hand against the door. Once, twice, 3 times, as if asking to be let in. The next morning, Maya went back to the museum. Ruth was locking a display case when Maya walked in. She did not seem surprised. You heard it, Ruth said. Maya placed the wet cloth doll on the counter. Why did this show up at my tent? Ruth looked at the doll. Her face went pale. Where did you get that? It appeared outside my tent last night. Impossible. I have pictures. I have audio. I have my father's voice on my recorder. Ruth closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she looked much older. Come with me. She led Maya into a small storage room behind the public area. The room smelled of paper, dust, and old cardboard. Shelves held boxes, maps, old photographs, and several tapes marked by hand. Ruth pulled a brown envelope from a drawer. "I have kept this for 27 years. Maya read the writing on the front. Diet Tran. 1997. Do not release. Her heartbeat quickened. Did my father leave this? No. It was a copy from the investigation. The incident happened on tribal land, so a version of the file came here. Later, the case was closed. Your family did not want it reopened. My mother? Ruth nodded. Maya opened the envelope. Inside were old scene photographs and a short police report. One photograph showed a car abandoned near the lake. The driver's door hung open. A camera lay on the passenger seat. There was no body, no sign of a fight. Only rows of tiny footprints around the vehicle. Children's footprints. Maya turned to the next photograph. On the dusty windshield, someone had written a sentence with a wet finger. Bring her back. Maya felt her skin prickle. Bring who back? Ruth did not answer. Bring who back? Maya repeated. Ruth sat down slowly. Your father came here in 1997 with an independent film crew. They said they were making a documentary about the lake, the water babies legend, and several strange drownings. But there was another man with them, a collector named Howard Voss. Maya had never heard the name. He bought and sold native artifacts illegally, Ruth said. No one ever proved enough in court, but many communities knew his name. At first, your father was only hired to shoot footage. Later, he learned that Howard had not come for a documentary. Howard came looking for something buried near Stone Mother. What was it? An old cradle basket. Something sacred. Not something for outsiders to touch. Maya looked down at the doll. What does that have to do with me? Ruth watched her for a long time. The night before your father disappeared, he came to me. He was terrified. He said Howard had taken what should never have been taken. After that, everyone in the crew began hearing babies crying from the lake. One crew member walked into the water and vanished. Another lost his mind and kept saying he saw children swimming along the bottom with their eyes open. And my father? Your father wanted to return the basket. Howard refused. They argued. By morning, your father's car was found near the water. Howard was missing too. Only your mother and you left the lake. My mother was here? Ruth did not speak. No, Maya said. No, she never told me she had been here. She was here, Maya. So were you? Maya looked again at the old photograph on her phone. The red coat. The doll. Her father behind the camera. A fragment of memory flashed in her mind. The smell of mineral water. Her mother crying. Her father's voice, low and urgent. Don't look down, Maya. Then a cold hand touched her ankle. Maya grabbed the edge of the table. Was the doll mine? Ruth nodded. Fell into the lake that night. No one ever found it. Then why did it come back now? Ruth lowered her voice. Maybe because you did. Maya should have left that day. She sat in the truck with both hands on the steering wheel. She opened the map back to Reno. She told herself the story was too large, too personal, too dangerous to become another podcast episode. Then her phone vibrated. A new email had arrived. No subject, no clear sender. One audio file was attached. The file name was Daniel_Tran_final_wave. Maya sat motionless. Then she plugged in her headphones and pressed play. First, there was only wind, then water. Then her father's voice, clearer than it had been on the recorder. If anyone finds this, my name is Daniel Tran. Today is October 12th, 1997. I'm on the eastern shore of Pyramid Lake. Howard took the basket. I don't know who he plans to sell it to, but since it left its place, we have heard crying every night. He breathed hard. In the background, someone screamed. They are not children, Daniel said. Not completely. They imitate children because they know we will come closer. But I do not think they are evil. I think they are demanding the return of what belongs to the lake. There was a long pause. If my daughter is alive when she hears this, Maya, I'm sorry. I should never have brought you here. I thought it was only a job. I thought I could shoot the film and go home. The sound of water grew louder. Footsteps ran across gravel. Howard said he hid the basket where no one would dare look. Beneath the white stone shaped like the mother. If I don't come back. A heavy sound cut him off. Then his voice became distant. Do not believe Eleanor if she says I died in a car accident. Maya went rigid. Eleanor was her mother's name. On the recording, Daniel shouted, Eleanor, do not take the girl into the water. A small child screamed. Maya's breath stopped. The file ended. She ripped the headphones out, her hands shaking. Her mother had lied. Not only about Daniel's death, about everything. Maya called her mother immediately. No answer. She called again. No answer. On the third try, the line connected. Maya? Her mother's voice was hoarse. Where are you? You know where I am. Silence. You were at Pyramid Lake in 1997. Maya. Dad did not die in a car accident. Please leave that place. What happened that night? I saved you. Saved me from who? Only breathing came through the line. Maya's voice rose. From Dad or from you? Her mother began to cry. I had no choice. What choice? You heard the crying before Howard ever took the basket. Maya felt the blood leave her face. What are you talking about? When you were 2, you used to wake up at night and point toward the bathroom. You said there was a baby crying in the water. I thought children said strange things. But when your father accepted the Pyramid Lake project, and we came with him, you began walking toward the lake as if someone was calling you. Maya could not speak. That night, Eleanor continued, you vanished from the tent. Your father found you standing in the lake, far from shore, but the water was only at your knees. That was impossible, Maya. That place was deep. Something was holding you above the water. The memory of the cold hand returned. Your father wanted to return the basket, Eleanor said. Howard wanted to sell it. I only wanted to take you away. But when I carried you to the car, you cried and said something. Her mother's voice broke. You said, I can't go yet. They think I am one of them. Maya tightened her grip on the phone. I don't remember. I prayed you never would. Where is Dad? I don't know. You're lying. I saw him walk into the water with the basket. He said he would put it back and return. But the water opened beneath his feet. Little hands pulled him down. So many hands. I took you and ran. I left him there. The confession fell between them like a stone dropped into a well. Maya closed her eyes. Rage and grief filled her chest until she could not separate one from the other. Did you get an email? Maya asked. What email? A recording from Dad. Her mother went silent. Maya, your father never had time to send anything. His camera and audio gear were recovered by investigators. Most of it was destroyed by water. Then who sent it? No answer. From the lake, even though it was broad daylight, a child's cry rose softly. Maya turned toward the water. Near the pale stone of Stone Mother, a man stood on the shore. He wore a dark jacket. He held an old video camera. Then he vanished. Maya drove along the eastern shore, following a rough dirt road toward the large tufa formations. The afternoon sun cast a sickly gold color over the lake. The wind was strong, but the water barely moved. She found footprints in the sand. Not children's footprints this time, adult boot prints. They led toward Stone Mother. Maya knew this area held deep cultural meaning. She did not want to trespass, disturb, or take anything. But another part of her kept whispering that the answer was there, waiting under the white stone. She did not climb the formation. She stayed back, walking carefully along the shore, scanning the rocks from a distance. Then she saw it, a small piece of metal caught between two rough tufa ridges. Maya pulled on gloves and picked it up. It was an identification plate from an old camera case. The engraving was faint but readable. Deet Tran, property of Desert Light Films. She turned it over. On the back, someone had scratched a fresh arrow. The arrow pointed toward the water. Maya stood at the edge of the lake. The water was so clear she could see white stones below the surface. But the deeper she looked, the darker the blue became. A sound came from behind her. She spun around. Ruth stood a few yards away. "I knew you would come here," Ruth said. Maya held up the metal plate. "You know where my father is?" Ruth did not deny it. No one knows whether a person kept by the lake is still a person. That is not an answer. The answer you want will not save you. Maya laughed once, bitterly. "I have lived my entire life inside a lie. You think silence saves people?" Ruth stepped closer, her silver hair lifting in the wind. "There is one thing I did not tell you. In 1997, after your father disappeared, they found Howard Voss." Maya stopped breathing. "He surfaced after 3 days," Ruth said. But his body did not look drowned. His skin was dry and white, like limestone. His mouth was filled with sand. And from inside his throat, people heard a baby crying, even though he was dead. Maya shivered. "What about the basket?" "It was never found. Maybe my father returned it. Maybe. Then why are they calling me?" Ruth looked down at the water. "Because something else was taken." Maya felt her heart stumble. "Me?" Ruth did not answer. A child's cry rose from the lake. This time it was not far away. It came from directly beneath Maya's feet. She looked down. Under the clear water, a child's face stared up at her. Gray-green skin, black hair floating around the head. Eyes open and wide, mouth stretched in a cry that made no bubbles. Maya stumbled backward and fell onto the sand. When she looked again, the face was gone, but the water began to tremble. Not from heat, not from wind, from dozens of small hands pressing upward from below the surface. Ruth grabbed Maya's arm and pulled her back. "Do not look directly into their eyes. What do they want?" Ruth's voice dropped. "They want you to remember." On the second night, Maya did not sleep in a tent. She rented a small room near town, but she lasted less than an hour inside it. The walls felt too thin. The bathroom pipes kept making a choking sound, like someone trying to cry through a drain. Every time she turned on the faucet, the water came out icy cold and smelled faintly of the lake. By 11, she was back in the truck. Maya knew she was doing something foolish. But she also knew that if she left now, the crying would follow her for the rest of her life. She drove back toward the old campsite. There was no moon. The headlights cut through desert dust and emptiness. As the truck descended toward the water, the radio turned on by itself. Maya flinched and hit the power button. The radio kept playing. It was not music. It was not a broadcast. It was tape static. Then her father's voice came through. "Maya, I know you can hear this." She slammed on the brakes. The truck stopped in the dirt road. "Maya, you must not go into the water after midnight. No matter who calls you, no matter if you hear me." Tears filled her eyes. "Where are you?" Static cracked over the speaker. "You were down there once." Maya stopped moving. "You do not remember because your mother begged them to take the memory. But memories do not disappear. They sink. And whatever sinks in Pyramid Lake eventually rises." Outside the windshield, a child stood in the road. Maya froze. The child looked 4 years old. She wore a red coat. Black hair touched her chin. In one hand, she held the cloth doll. She faced the lake. Maya opened the truck door. Cold wind rushed in. "Don't," her father's voice said through the radio. "That is not you." But Maya had already stepped out. The child began to walk, slowly, toward the water. Maya followed. She did not know why. Her legs did not feel like they belonged to her. Each step pulled another piece of memory out of the dark. She saw herself as a child inside the tent. She saw Howard Voss holding an old cradle basket, smiling at her mother. She saw Daniel seize the basket from him in anger. She saw Eleanor clutching little Maya and whispering again and again, "Don't listen, sweetheart. Don't listen to them cry." But little Maya was not crying. She was looking toward the lake and smiling, because the crying under the water did not frighten her. It sounded familiar, like siblings calling to each other in the dark. The child in the red coat stopped at the waterline. Maya stopped behind her. "Who are you?" Maya whispered. The child turned. It had no face, only a dark wet hollow where eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. From that hollow came Maya's own childhood voice. "You forgot me." Maya dropped to her knees. The lake shivered in front of her. Something rose from the water. Not a body, not a basket, an old video camera, wrapped in weeds and white mineral crust. Maya knew it immediately. Her father's camera. She crawled forward and pulled it out. It was impossibly heavy and cold as stone. The moment her hand closed around it, the whole shore went dark. The present disappeared. Maya was standing in the night of 1997. A weak campfire burned near the tent. Maya saw her father, younger than in any memory she had. His jacket was covered in dust. His face was wet with sweat. He held the old cradle basket in his hands. Howard Voss stood across from him with a gun. Eleanor held little Maya beside the car, trembling. "Give it to me," Howard said. "You have no idea what this is worth." Daniel shook his head. "You heard them crying. How do you still not understand? It's wind." Tommy vanished right in front of us. Tommy got drunk and fell into the lake. "You know that isn't true." Howard stepped closer. Little Maya stared at the basket. There was nothing inside it, but she could hear something breathing. Small, sleeping, hidden. Daniel turned to Eleanor. "Get Maya in the car. Drive." "What about you?" "I have to put it back," Howard shouted. "No one is putting anything back." He lunged for the basket. The gun went off. The sound cracked across the shoreline. Daniel froze. Maya watched blood spread across her father's shirt. She wanted to scream, but no one could hear her. Daniel dropped to one knee, still holding the basket. Eleanor screamed his name. Howard looked horrified. Maybe he had not meant to shoot. Maybe he had only meant to threaten. It did not matter anymore. From the lake, the crying rose. Hundreds of children. No, hundreds of things imitating children. The water pulled away from the shore as if the whole lake had taken one deep breath. Then small figures crawled out. They had the bodies of children, but they did not move like children. Their backs bent strangely. Their long, wet hair covered their faces. Their skin glimmered with thin scales in the firelight. Some had arms too long for their bodies. Some had black eyes with no white at all. Some were only water shaped briefly like a child before collapsing back into puddles. Howard fired twice. The bullets vanished into wet darkness. Daniel used the last of his strength to crawl toward the lake. Eleanor grabbed little Maya and ran for the car. But the child broke free. She ran toward Daniel. "Maya!" Eleanor screamed. Daniel lifted his head. "No, don't let her look." It was too late. One of the water babies stood in front of little Maya. This one did not look like the others. It was smaller, smaller than Maya. It raised its face, and its face looked like Maya's. Not exactly, but enough. Enough to make Eleanor let out a broken sound of grief. Daniel stared at his wife. "Eleanor, what is this?" Eleanor stepped backward, hand over her mouth. Little Maya reached out and touched the water child. The child spoke in a tiny voice. "Mom left me." The memory shook. Adult Maya felt her mind tear open. She saw a hospital. She saw her mother in a bed, exhausted with a rounded belly. She saw a doctor speaking with a serious face. She saw Daniel in a hallway, both hands covering his eyes. Then she saw a rainy night, Eleanor driving alone through the dark. Maya was still a newborn at home. No, not Maya alone. There had been two babies. Maya had been a twin. Her sister had not survived. Eleanor, broken by grief and panic, had done something she would never forgive herself for. She had not given the tiny body a proper burial. She had driven to Pyramid Lake, the place Daniel had researched while preparing for the documentary. She thought the water would keep the secret. She thought the desert would remain silent. But water does not keep secrets. Water remembers. And whatever lived beneath the lake had accepted the dead child. Not as a body, as a debt. In 1997, when Howard stole the sacred basket, the boundary opened. The things under the lake woke, and among them was the spirit, or shape, or memory of Maya's twin sister. She had not called Daniel. She had not called Eleanor. She had called Maya. Because Maya was the half that had been allowed to live. In the memory, Daniel understood everything in his final seconds. He looked at Eleanor. "What did you do?" Eleanor sobbed. "I didn't know what to do. I lost her. I was scared. I'm sorry." Howard tried to run for the car, but small hands pushed up from the wet sand and closed around his ankles. They dragged him backward, screaming, into the dark lake. Daniel shoved the old basket toward the water babies. One small shadow took it. The crying softened, but the child who looked like Maya remained on the shore. She pointed at little Maya. "She comes with me." Eleanor held Maya tight. "No, please no." Daniel dragged himself between his wife and the water. "Take me," he said. "I brought them here. I filmed this. I failed to stop Howard. Take me instead." Adult Maya cried inside the memory. Daniel turned to his daughter one last time. His eyes were so gentle that it hurt. "Maya," he said, "do not listen to the crying. Live your life." Then the lake opened, not like water parting, like a huge blue-black mouth beneath him. Small hands pulled Daniel under. Before he disappeared, he threw the camera toward the shore. It landed in the sand. The lens kept pointing at Maya. Eleanor ran with her daughter. Behind them, the water child began to cry, not with anger, with the grief of being left behind a second time. The memory shattered. Maya woke on the shore, soaked and shaking, with the old camera in her hands. Dawn was coming. Ruth knelt beside her. "You remember now," Ruth said. Maya looked out at the lake. The crying had stopped. Only small waves touched the rocks. "My sister," Maya whispered. "My mother never told me I had a sister." Some grief convinces people that silence is the only way to survive. My father died protecting me. He chose that. Maya held the camera tighter. "Is there still a tape inside?" Ruth looked at the machine, ruined by water and time. "Even if there is, it is probably destroyed." But Maya knew it was not. She could not explain how. She simply knew. She brought the camera back to her room and removed the tape with trembling hands. It was crusted with white minerals and dark with mildew. Ruth called someone in Reno who specialized in restoring old magnetic tape. 2 days later, Maya received a digital file. The image was badly damaged. The audio ripped and dragged, but it played. The first frame showed the shore in 1997. Daniel must have dropped the camera after being shot. The angle was crooked. It showed sand, the lower half of a car, and legs moving in chaos. Screaming, crying, water. Then little Maya appeared in front of the lens. The girl in the red coat looked directly into the camera. She was not afraid. Behind her, small shapes crawled out of the lake. Daniel shouted from somewhere outside the frame, "Maya, run!" The child did not run. She bent down, picked up the cloth doll, and handed it to the water child with her own face. The water child hugged the doll. For one brief moment, her face became clear. She looked like a little girl who had grown in imagination instead of life. If she had lived, perhaps she would have looked like that. Like Maya. But colder, sadder, more forgotten. Eleanor rushed into the frame and grabbed Maya. The picture shook. Daniel crawled toward the lake. Maya almost stopped the video because she could not bear to watch what came next. Then she heard a line the memory had not given her. The water child spoke. "Not enough." Maya froze. She rewound. "Not enough." The voice was very small, very clear. If Daniel had given his life, if Howard had been dragged under, if the basket had been returned, what was still missing? She played the rest. Daniel disappeared into the water. Eleanor ran out of frame carrying Maya. The camera lay on the sand. For several minutes, it recorded only the black lake and the crying. Then someone stepped back into frame. First, Maya thought it was young Ruth. It was not. It was Eleanor. Her mother had returned after putting Maya in the car. She stood at the edge of the water with wild hair and a bloodless face. In her hand was something small. Not the basket, not the doll. Maya leaned closer to the screen. It was a tiny silver hospital bracelet, the kind placed around a newborn's wrist. Eleanor knelt, dug into the wet sand, and hid the bracelet inside a hollow near the rocks. She whispered one sentence. "No one can know you ever existed." Maya felt the room tilt. The child did not only want Maya to remember. She wanted to be named. She wanted the final proof that she had existed returned to the water. Maya called her mother. This time, Eleanor answered immediately. What was her name? Maya asked. Silence. Mom, what was my sister's name? Her mother wept. Lily. One name. The moment it was spoken, the bathroom faucet in Maya's room turned on by itself. Water rushed into the sink. From the drain, a child began to cry. Not angry this time, not hungry, like a child finally hearing her own name after many years underwater. That afternoon, Maya returned to the lake with Ruth. She did not bring the podcast microphone. She did not bring the studio recorder. She did not bring any desire to turn the moment into content. She brought only a white cloth, the dried cloth doll, and the hospital bracelet she had found exactly where Eleanor had hidden it. Most of the writing on the bracelet had faded, but one part could still be read. Baby girl Tran, Lily. Ruth did not perform a dramatic ritual. She simply stood nearby, bearing witness. You do not have to understand everything, Ruth said. Just do not take anything else from the lake. Maya nodded. She knelt at the water's edge. The lake was painfully blue. The wind was gentle. The white tufa rocks stood around her like old people watching in silence. Maya placed the doll and the bracelet on the sand. Lily, she said. The name felt strange in her mouth, and somehow familiar. I'm sorry I forgot you. The water moved. I didn't know you existed, but I know now. A small gust of wind rolled the doll closer to the water. Maya did not touch it. Dad did not abandon me. He stayed because of me. And Mom, her voice broke. Mom was wrong, but she was in pain. I don't know if you can forgive her. I don't know if I can forgive her yet. But I will not let you be erased from the story anymore. The lake rose very slowly. A small wave slipped across the sand, touched the doll, touched the silver bracelet. Then it withdrew. Both were gone. Maya closed her eyes. For 1 second, she heard a child laughing, not crying. Laughing. Very softly, a sound that might disappear if she tried too hard to hold it. When she opened her eyes, the lake was still. Ruth came to stand beside her. Is it over? Maya asked. Ruth looked out across the water. For you, maybe. And for Lily? Ruth did not answer. That evening, Maya left Pyramid Lake. Before driving away, she stopped high above the water and looked back one last time. Sunset turned the surface dark copper. The pyramid-shaped rock in the distance looked like a closed door. A message arrived from her mother. I am sorry. Maya stared at the words for a long time. Then she turned the phone screen off. It was not time to answer. Some forgiveness needs time. Some deaths need to be called by their true names before they can rest. And some lakes never truly return everything they have kept. 3 weeks later, the Pyramid Lake episode was released. But it was not like any episode Desert Static had ever made. Maya did not use the recording of the crying. She did not use the footage of her father being pulled into the water. She did not describe the basket, stone mother, or anything Ruth told her should never become entertainment. The episode opened with Maya's voice, low and steady. This is not a story about ghost children under a lake. This is a story about memory, about things buried by grief, and about the price of turning someone else's pain into content. The episode did not go viral immediately. Many listeners complained that it was not scary enough. Some said Maya had softened the legend. Some demanded to hear the real recording. Maya did not answer them. 1 month later, she left the podcast. She moved back to Sacramento, closer to her mother, though they still could not speak normally. Some afternoons, they only sat at the same table and drank tea in silence. But that silence was different now. It was no longer a wall. It was a room waiting to be cleaned. That winter, Maya began editing a private film about her father. It was not for release. It was only for memory. In the final section, she used the old photograph her mother had torn in half. She taped the pieces together carefully. The girl in the red coat stood before the lake. Daniel knelt behind his camera. And if someone looked closely, at the left edge of the water, there was a faint blur, like the shape of another child. Maya did not remember seeing it before. She zoomed in. The blur remained. A smaller girl stood near the waterline, wet black hair on her face, holding the cloth doll. She did not look angry. She did not look lost. She only stood there, looking toward the camera, as if she had been in the picture from the beginning. That night, Maya dreamed of Pyramid Lake. In the dream, she stood on the shore at dawn. The lake was pale blue and windless. Stone Mother sat near the water with the basket open beside her. A little girl walked up from the lake. Her skin was no longer gray. Her eyes were no longer black. She looked like an ordinary child with black hair and a clean white dress. "Lily," Maya called. The girl smiled. "You remember me now?" Maya cried. "Are you still down there?" Lily tilted her head. "I am where the water remembers." "What do you want me to do?" Lily looked toward the lake. "Do not come back when you hear crying." "Why?" Lily did not answer immediately. Her smile faded. Behind her, the lake began to ripple. Another child cried. Then another. Then hundreds. Lily stepped backward toward the water. Maya tried to follow, but the sand held her feet. "Lily." The girl turned. This time, her eyes were black as the bottom of the lake, because not every cry is mine. Maya woke at 1:17 in the morning. Her apartment was dark. Her throat was dry. From the bathroom came the sound of water dripping. Then another. Then a child's cry rose softly from the pipes. Maya sat up. On her desk, her father's old recorder, which should have been dead for years, flickered on. A red light blinked. A new file appeared on the screen. No title, only a duration. 0 minutes, 1 minute, 17 seconds. Maya did not want to press play. But her hand moved anyway. At first, there was only water. Then Lily's voice whispered through the speaker. "You gave me back my name." A pause. Then another child's voice answered. "Stranger, deeper, wetter, now it is our turn." Maya looked down. Water was seeping under the bathroom door. On the thin sheet of water spreading across the floor, small footprints began to appear. Not one pair. Many. From the darkness, the crying rose. Distant, hungry, not from Pyramid Lake, from every pipe in the city. Maya backed away slowly. Only then did she understand the final truth her father had not lived long enough to say. Pyramid Lake had never been the only place with water babies. It was only the first place that called her by name. And when Maya returned one forgotten child to memory, she had shown the rest that she could hear them too. Outside her window, in the sleeping city of Sacramento, every sprinkler in the apartment complex turned on at once. Water hissed over concrete. Crying mixed with the sound. Maya stood in the dark room, unable to move. On the recorder, her father's voice returned one last time. warped as if speaking from somewhere very deep. Maya. If you hear them, do not answer. But from beneath the floor, hundreds of small voices spoke together. Maya. And this time, she knew one thing for certain. They were not crying to be saved. They were crying to be led home. If the story pulled you into the dark water of Pyramid Lake, leave a like so the next file can surface. And tell me in the comments, if you heard a child crying from the water at 1:17 in the morning, would you investigate, or would you drive away and never look back? Subscribe to Infinite Story Realm for more cinematic horror stories based on real places, buried legends, and ordinary people who walk too close to the unknown. On a lonely stretch of road between Thornton and Brighton, Colorado, drivers have reported a woman standing beside the asphalt after midnight. She does not wave. She does not scream. She only stands there, burned black from head to toe, watching the headlights come closer. Some say she died in a house fire. Some say she is a warning. But one exhausted night shift nurse is about to discover something much worse. The woman on Riverdale Road may not be a ghost from the past. She may be a message from a future that has already burned. This is Riverdale Road, the burned woman by the roadside. Riverdale Road is an approximately 11-mile stretch connecting Thornton and Brighton, Colorado, known for numerous urban legends, such as the Phantom Jogger, a one-headlight ghost Camaro, the Woman in White, and the tale of the 1975 Walpert House Fire. According to the Denver Public Library, the fire at 9190 Riverdale Road broke out around 1 a.m. on November 28, 1975, but no casualties were reported because the house was unoccupied at the time. People north of Denver have a saying about Riverdale Road. If you drive there after midnight, do not stare too long at the shoulder. Not because the road is too dark. Not because the mist from the South Platte River sometimes crawls low across the pavement. And not because the narrow bends and bare cottonwood trees look like the fingers of something dead. They say you should not stare because if you do, you might see a woman standing there. She stands completely still beside the road. Her body is burned black. Her dress clings to her skin like wet ash. One arm hangs at her side. The other is lifted slightly, as if she is asking for a ride. But no matter what you think you see, you are not supposed to stop. Because the people who stopped all tell almost the same story. First, they smelled smoke. Then the windows fogged from the inside. Then 5 black fingerprints appeared on the glass. And finally, from the back seat, a woman's voice whispered, "Did you hear them lock the door?" Lynn Tran did not believe in ghosts. She believed in rent, electric bills, asthma medicine for her daughter, and 12-hour shifts in an emergency clinic. 32 years old, Lynn worked 2 jobs. By day, she was a nurse at a small clinic in Thornton. At night, after her daughter had fallen asleep at her aunt's apartment, Lynn drove rideshare around the Denver suburbs. She did not like driving at night, but night rides paid better tips. And if she pushed through a few extra trips after midnight, she could finally cover the repair bill on her old car. Her Toyota Camry had more than 200,000 miles on it. The air conditioning worked whenever it felt like it. The dome light flickered in cold weather. The rear passenger door sometimes locked itself, even when she had not touched the button. but the car still ran. For Lynn, that was enough. That Thursday night near the end of October, Colorado was cold and dry. Wind scraped across the open fields between Thornton and Brighton. Lynn had just finished a long shift and was about to turn the app off when a new ride request flashed on her phone. Pickup. Near Colorado Boulevard. Destination, Riverdale Road. Surge price, 3 times normal. Lynn looked at the clock. 12:47 a.m. The name Riverdale Road made her pause. She had heard it before. At the clinic, the receptionists liked telling ghost stories every Halloween. They said Riverdale Road was one of the most haunted roads in Colorado. People had seen a phantom jogger pounding on car windows. Others said a black Camaro with only one working headlight chased drivers through the curves. Some claimed to see a woman in white vanish in the middle of the lane. And then there was the burned woman. One elderly patient had once told Lynn, "That road is not haunted in the usual way. It only keeps the people who were never supposed to pass through it." At the time, Lynn had smiled politely. Old people said things like that. But now, with the ride request glowing on her phone, she hesitated longer than usual. The passenger name read, Eleanor H. 5-star rating. Note: please do not call. I am standing outside. Lynn exhaled, told herself she was being ridiculous, and accepted the ride. She drove to the pickup spot. Beside a closed gas station, under a weak yellow light, an elderly woman was waiting. She wore a gray wool coat and held an old cloth bag in one hand. Her white hair was tied low at the back of her neck. She stood very straight, almost too straight for a woman her age. Lynn rolled down the window. "Are you Eleanor?" she asked. The woman bent slightly and looked inside the car. Her face was pale, and her blue eyes looked as if a layer of dust had settled over them. "That's right, dear," the woman said. "I need to go to Riverdale." Her voice was soft, not shaky, not hoarse, but it sounded as if it came from an empty room. Lynn unlocked the rear door. Eleanor climbed in and sat behind the front passenger seat. Immediately, the car filled with the faint smell of smoke. Not cigarette smoke. Burned wood after rain. Lynn glanced in the mirror. "Would you like the heat on?" she asked. "No," Eleanor said, looking through the window. "Tonight is warm enough." Lynn thought that was strange. It was barely above freezing outside. But she said nothing. They left the gas station and headed north. The houses thinned out. Streetlights became rare. Soon there were only fields, fences, and the black shapes of cottonwood trees along the river. After nearly 10 minutes of silence, Eleanor spoke from the back seat. "You have a daughter, don't you?" Lynn's hands tightened slightly on the wheel. "Excuse me? Your car smells like children's eucalyptus oil, and there is a pink paper crane hanging from your mirror." Lynn looked at the small paper crane Mai had folded for her the week before. "Yes," Lynn said. "She is 7. Eleanor nodded. "Do not let her walk this road." Lynn forced a small laugh. "I don't plan on bringing a child out here after midnight." Eleanor did not smile. "Not after midnight. Not tonight. Not ever." Lynn fell silent. The navigation app said they were 3 minutes from the destination. But the destination was not a house. It was not a store. It was not a neighborhood. It was a dark stretch of road beside a line of trees and a fenced-off patch of open ground. Lynn slowed the car. "Is this where you want to get out?" she asked. Eleanor stared forward. "Drive slowly." Lynn obeyed. The road was nearly black. The headlights swept across dry weeds, an old fence, and a rotten wooden post near the shoulder. Then Lynn saw her, a woman standing by the roadside. At first, Lynn thought she was homeless. But no, the woman stood too still. Her body was thin and tilted slightly to one side. Her long hair was burned and matted against her shoulders. Half of her face was hidden in shadow. The other half was black and glossy like charcoal. What remained of her dress had no color left. Only burned strips of fabric stuck to her skin. Lynn hit the brakes. The Camry jerked to a stop. Her heart hammered so hard it hurt. Behind her, Eleanor whispered, "Do not stop." But Lynn had already stopped. The burned woman slowly turned her head. She did not walk toward the car. She did not lift her hand. She only looked straight into the headlights. When the light touched her face, Lynn saw two pale, cloudy eyes. At that exact moment, the phone speaker crackled. The navigation app shut itself off. The screen went black. Then words appeared that belonged to no app Lynn had ever used. She did not burn in the house. Lynn screamed and slammed her foot on the gas. The car shot forward. She did not look in the rearview mirror. She did not ask Eleanor who the woman was. She did not even breathe properly until the road opened back into a brighter stretch. Then she finally whispered, "Did you see her? Did you see that woman?" No one answered. Lynn looked into the mirror. The back seat was empty. Eleanor was gone. On the seat, there was only a thin smear of ash shaped like a handprint. And in the pocket behind the passenger seat, Lynn found a small object. An old key. The number 9190 was scratched into the metal. The next morning, Lynn did not go to work. She sat in her car in the parking lot, holding the old key inside a folded paper towel. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the burned woman by the road, not screaming, not chasing, just watching her, as if she knew Lynn would come back. Lynn called her closest friend, Mark Alvarez. Mark was an emergency medical technician who worked near her clinic. He had grown up around Brighton, had driven Riverdale Road hundreds of times, and liked to say he was not afraid of ghosts because being alive was already exhausting enough. But when Lynn finished telling him what happened, the line went quiet. "You said the old woman's name was Eleanor H?" he asked. "That's what the app showed. And the key says 9190? "Yes." Mark inhaled slowly. Lynn, 9190 Riverdale Road was the old Walpert house. Lynn looked down at the key. "What house?" "The one that burned. People say the owner went insane, locked his family inside, and set it on fire. They say his wife still walks the road, burned black, looking for the children. But the official record says nobody died in that fire." Lynn swallowed. Nobody died? Nobody. The house was empty. At least that is what the papers say. That phrase stayed in Lynn's mind. That is what the papers say. That afternoon, after taking Mai to her aunt's apartment, Lynn and Mark went to the local library to look for old records. They found articles about Riverdale Road, about the Walpert house, about the fire in 1975. The old brick house had stood on that road for decades. Before it burned, it was already falling apart. Reports had called it a fire hazard. Tenants had been ordered to leave. Then came vandalism. Then came the fire at about 1 in the morning. No injuries, no deaths. Mark pushed the laptop toward Lynn. "So the woman you saw cannot be the wife who died in the house. Because according to this, no wife died there." Lynn stared at the screen until the words blurred. "Then who was she?" Mark did not answer right away. He scrolled down to comments under an old article. Some people mentioned a woman in white. Some mentioned the one-headlight Camaro. Others wrote about a woman black as charcoal standing near the place where the house had once been. One comment caught Lynn's eye. It had been posted more than 10 years earlier by an account with no name. "No one died in the house because the body was outside the house. Find the well behind the trees. Do not trust the one who holds the key." Lynn read it again and again. "Do not trust the one who holds the key," she murmured. Mark looked at the key in the plastic bag. You are not keeping that thing, are you? Lynn did not answer. That night, when she got home, I ran to hug her. Mommy, your coat smells like smoke. Lynn froze. She had showered. She had changed clothes. The key was locked in a plastic box inside the car. Where do you smell smoke? Lynn asked. I pointed to Lynn's left shoulder. Here, like paper after it burns. Lynn forced her face to stay calm. Maybe someone was burning trash near the road. I shook her head. No, it smells like that lady. Lynn crouched in front of her daughter. What lady? I handed her a drawing. On the paper was a black road, a gray car, and beside the road a woman drawn completely in dark crayon, her head tilted at an impossible angle. Underneath, in a child's handwriting, I had written, "She was standing behind your car." Lynn did not tell Mark about the drawing. She told herself children imagine things. But the next night, when she went down to get something from the car, the rear window of the Camry was fogged over, even though the air was cold and dry. On the glass were 5 black fingerprints, small fingers, a woman's hand, but burned black. Lynn wiped the marks with a towel. They did not come off. They looked as if they had been burned into the inside of the glass. She took the car to a wash. The worker scrubbed and scrubbed, then touched the stain and jerked his hand back. "That's hot," he said. Lynn stared at him. "Hot?" He frowned. "That spot on the glass feels like it has been sitting in the sun. But it is freezing out here." That night, Lynn made the most foolish decision of her life. She went back to Riverdale Road. Not out of curiosity, not to prove anything. She went because she wanted to return the key. She did not want it near her daughter for one more minute. Mark insisted on coming with her. He brought a flashlight, an extra dash camera, pepper spray, and an attitude that was half brave and half terrified. "We go there, throw the key over the fence, and leave," he said. "No investigation. No opening gates. No calling ghost names." Lynn nodded, but deep down she already knew it would not be that simple. They reached Riverdale Road at 11:58 p.m. The road was empty. Thin mist hugged the pavement. The bare trees on both sides rubbed together whenever the wind moved, making a sound like fingernails scratching wood. When the car neared the same stretch as before, the radio lost its signal. Static filled the speakers. Then a woman's voice, very soft, said, "Do not open the rear door." Mark went pale. "Did you hear that?" Lynn did not answer. She had seen the rotten wooden post. She stopped the car about 30 feet away. In the headlights, the old fence appeared. Behind it lay open ground, brush, and the black trunks of old cottonwood trees. No burned woman. Lynn exhaled. "Give me the key," Mark said. "I will throw it." "No," Lynn said, gripping it. "I found it. I will return it." She opened the door. As soon as her foot touched the road, the temperature around her dropped. Her breath turned white. Mark followed close behind. Lynn walked to the fence and placed the key on top of the wooden post. "I am giving it back," she whispered. "I do not know who it belongs to, but I am not keeping it." The wind stopped. Everything went still. Then, from behind the trees, came the sound of metal dragging softly over the ground. Mark swept his flashlight across the darkness. "Lynn," he whispered, "step back." But Lynn did not step back, because beyond the fence, in the dark between the trees, she saw a gate. An old iron gate taller than a person, held between 2 moss-covered stone pillars. She was certain it had not been there a moment earlier. A black lock hung from the gate. It was exactly the right size for the key marked 9190. Mark saw it too. "There is no gate here," he said. "There cannot be a gate here." From behind the gate, a woman's voice called out. Not Eleanor's voice, Not the radio voice. This one was hoarse with smoke. Open it. Mark grabbed Lynn's arm and pulled. We are leaving. Now. Lynn stepped back. At that moment, behind them, an engine roared to life somewhere down the road. Old, heavy, getting closer. Mark turned. At the far end of the dark road, a single headlight appeared. A black Camaro charged toward them with only its left headlight burning. Get in the car, Mark shouted. They ran. Lynn slammed her door shut just as the Camaro appeared behind them, its one headlight flooding the rear glass. Drive, Mark yelled. Lynn hit the gas. The Camry tore down Riverdale Road. The Camaro stayed close behind. It did not honk. It did not pass. It simply rode inches from the bumper, its engine growling like an animal breathing through metal teeth. Every time Lynn took a curve, it took the curve. Every time she accelerated, it accelerated. The one headlight flashed through the rear window, throwing the inside of the car into violent pulses of light and shadow. Mark pointed his camera backward. I have it. I am recording it. The instant he said that, the camera died. Lynn's phone went black. The dashboard flickered. Then the back seat made a soft click. Click, like a door lock opening by itself. Lynn looked in the mirror. The back seat was empty, but the rear window was fogging from the inside. A blackened hand slowly pressed against the glass. Mark went completely still. On the fogged glass, burned fingers wrote 3 words. Not me. Lynn screamed. The Camaro vanished. It did not turn away. It did not break. It simply disappeared from the mirror as if it had never existed. The Camry burst out of the darkest part of the road. Her phone came back on. The camera restarted. The radio returned to normal. Mark's voice shook. What did she write? Lynn stared at the rear window as the words faded from the condensation. Not me. After that night, Mark stopped joking about ghosts. He took the damaged camera home and reviewed what little remained. The part where the Camaro appeared was nothing but white noise. But in the audio just after the car escaped Riverdale Road, there was a tiny whisper beneath the static. Mark had to raise the volume again and again before they could understand it. A woman's voice said, Eleanor holds the key. Clara holds the door. Lynn replayed the line until it hurt to hear it. Eleanor, Clara, 2 names. Eleanor H. was the passenger who vanished. But who was Clara? Mark searched old records, local papers, missing persons notices, and names connected to Riverdale Road in the 1970s. 3 days later, he called Lynn to his apartment. On the table lay a faded newspaper copy. There was a woman named Clara Whitcomb, Mark said, 26 years old. She worked part-time as domestic help for families around Brighton. She disappeared in November of 1975. Lynn read the article. Clara Whitcomb was last seen at a small store near Thornton. She told the owner she was going to an old house on Riverdale Road to meet a woman named Eleanor. After that, she vanished. No body, no car, no closed case. 1 week later, the Walpert house burned. Lynn's throat tightened. So Clara is the burned woman? Mark shook his head. Maybe, but listen to this. He placed another copy in front of her. It was a statement from a neighbor in an old police file. The neighbor said that on the night Clara disappeared, he saw a car stop near the path to the abandoned house. A young woman got out. An older woman waited by the gate. Then he heard them arguing. Then a scream. But when police came, no one was there. Only drag marks in the mud leading behind the house. And the smell of smoke. Lynn asked slowly, "Who was Eleanor?" Mark opened a black and white photograph. It showed a middle-aged woman in a dark dress standing in front of the old brick house. Her face was stern, her mouth pressed into a thin line. Under the photo were the words, Eleanor Henderson, caretaker, 1975. Lynn went cold. It was the same woman who had climbed into her car. Only younger, the same eyes. Mark said, Eleanor was not the owner. She looked after the place after the tenants were forced out. There were rumors she held the key and would not let anyone enter after it was sealed. Lynn looked at the key marked 9190 on the table. It had come back with her after the second night, even though she clearly remembered leaving it on the fence post. Clara holds the door, Lynn whispered. What does that mean? Mark had no answer. That night, Lynn dreamed of a burning house. Not a huge roaring fire, but a dark hallway filled with smoke. She stood in front of a wooden door in a basement. Someone was pounding from the other side. A woman was coughing, choking, begging to be let out. Open the door. Lynn tried to find the key, but in her hand there was only ash. Behind her, Eleanor stood calmly in the dark and said, If she gets out, everything will be known. Lynn turned. Known about what? Eleanor smiled. That the house did not burn by itself. Lynn woke at 3:17 a.m. Her room smelled of smoke. I stood in the doorway, hugging her stuffed bear, her small face pale. Mommy, I whispered. Someone is crying inside your closet. Lynn sent Mai to stay with her aunt for several days. Then she took time off work. She knew she was being pulled into something she should not touch. But the more she tried to avoid it, the closer it came. The key always returned. When she threw it in the trash, it appeared the next morning in her coat pocket. When she dropped it into a storm drain, it was in her car's cup holder that night. When she gave it to Mark to keep, he called her after midnight, shaking, and said it was under his pillow. Finally, Lynn understood. The thing did not want to be thrown away. It wanted to be used. She and Mark found the old online comment again. Find the well behind the trees. Do not trust the one who holds the key. In daylight, they went back near the place where the old house had stood. Under the sun, with birds calling and people walking dogs in the distance, everything looked so normal that the nights before felt almost impossible. But when they moved deeper toward the trees, Lynn noticed something strange. A sunken circle of ground covered in weeds. Beside it were old bricks, their edges blackened as if fire had licked them years ago. Mark knelt and pushed the grass aside. Underneath was a round metal cover, rusted almost shut. An old well. Lynn swallowed. We found it. Mark looked around. It is broad daylight, and I still feel stupid doing this. They could not lift the cover. Mark went back to the car for a crowbar. While he was gone, Lynn stood alone beside the well. Wind moved through the cottonwoods. Somewhere far behind her, cars passed on Riverdale Road. Then something knocked from beneath the metal cover. Once, twice, 3 times. Lynn froze. The knocking was not loud, not frantic. It sounded like knuckles tapping patiently from below. She stepped back. Mark! No answer. Lynn turned. Mark was gone. Their car was still parked in the distance with the door open, but there was no sign of him. From the road behind her came the sound of an engine. A black Camaro sat at the edge of the road, one headlight burning. Beside it stood Eleanor. She was no longer a frail old woman. She wore the dark dress from the 1975 photograph. Her hair was pinned up. Her face was pale and still. In her hand was the key marked 9190. Lynn touched her pocket. Her key was gone. Eleanor smiled. You should not have listened to Clara. Lynn backed away. What did you do to her? I kept the house. You locked her in the basement. Eleanor tilted her head. Clara was not as innocent as you think. The well cover knocked again, this time harder. Eleanor looked down at it, and her expression turned cold. She always wants out. 50 years, and she still wants out. Because you killed her. No, Eleanor said. I stopped her from talking. The air behind Lynn became freezing. From inside the well, a smoke-ruined voice called, "Lynn." Lynn went still. It knew her name. "Lynn, do not let her touch the key." Eleanor started toward her. Lynn ran. She ran through the grass, calling Mark's name. Near the road, she found him lying unconscious by the shoulder, a little blood on his forehead. His broken camera lay beside him. Burned fingerprints marked the lens. Lynn dragged him into the Camry with all the strength she had. As she slammed the door, Eleanor appeared in the road a few feet in front of the car. She lifted the key. Every door in the car locked at once. The engine died. The lights went out. In the darkness, someone breathed in the back seat. Lynn slowly looked into the mirror. The burned woman was sitting behind her. Her face was cracked and blackened. Her skin had shrunk in the fire, but her eyes were not cruel. She looked at Lynn in the mirror and raised one burned finger to her lips. "Shoo!" Outside, Eleanor pressed her face to the windshield. "Give me the key," she whispered. Lynn shook so hard she could barely speak. "I do not have it." Eleanor's smile widened. "Yes, you do. Everyone Clara chooses has it." Lynn looked down. Somehow, the key was in her hand again. The burned woman in the back seat slowly pointed to the ignition. Lynn understood. She pushed the key in. She turned it hard. The engine roared awake. The headlights blasted on. Eleanor screamed. Lynn slammed the gas pedal down. The Camry shot straight through Eleanor's shape. For one instant, Lynn heard cracking bones, roaring flame, and hundreds of whispers rising at once. Then everything was gone. Mark woke after they reached the main road. He held his head and could not remember how he had been hurt. But his broken camera still had its memory card. In the last seconds before the recording failed, it showed the well. Under the rusted lid, through a narrow opening, a burned hand reached out, not to pull anyone down, to hold something up. A small silver bracelet, a child's bracelet. The name engraved on it was Mai. Lynn could not breathe when she saw the name on the bracelet. Her daughter's name, but Mai had never owned that bracelet. Lynn called her sister immediately. No answer. She called again and again. On the fourth call, her sister finally picked up, sleepy and confused. "Lynn, what is wrong? Where is Mai?" "Sleeping." "Why? Let me talk to her. Right now. Please." A minute later, Mai's drowsy voice came through the phone. "Mommy?" Lynn almost sobbed with relief. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay. But Mommy." "What is it, baby?" "The lady by the road said you should not come home the old way." Lynn gripped the phone. "What lady?" Mai was silent for a few seconds. "The one who looks like you." Lynn's blood went cold. "What did you say?" "I saw her in my dream. She was burned. But I knew it was you because she had your necklace." Lynn touched her throat. The small pendant from her mother was still there. Mark stared at her. "Lynn, what happened?" Lynn did not answer. She looked at the video, at the bracelet with Mai's name, and then at the rearview mirror. The back seat was empty. But she knew Clara was still with her. Not to hurt her, to warn her. Riverdale Road did not only keep the souls of the dead, kept moments that should not have happened yet. Deaths on their way. People whose names had already been called. The burned woman Lynn had seen by the road was not only Clara. Sometimes it was Clara. Sometimes it was another victim. And sometimes it was the image of the person who was about to die on that very road. The next night, Lynn decided to end it. She reported the old well to the police. But when they went to inspect the place, the well was gone. No metal cover. No blackened bricks. No sunken ground. The officers looked at Lynn like she was a woman who had gone too long without sleep. Mark tried to back her up. but his camera was broken and the memory card was burned from the inside. Only the bracelet remained. By the following morning, even the bracelet had vanished. In its place, on Lynn's kitchen table, was a piece of scorched paper. No words, only the small black handprint of a child. Lynn understood. Mai was next, not because Mai had done anything wrong, because Lynn had opened the door. Eleanor no longer wanted only to keep Clara trapped. She wanted someone else to take her place. Someone who would make Lynn return to that road forever. On Friday night, Lynn's sister called in a panic. Mai was having a severe asthma attack. The backup inhaler was empty. An ambulance was on the way, but a traffic accident had blocked the faster route. Lynn ran to her car. The nearest hospital was north. There were 2 ways to get there. One route went around by the highway and would take more than 30 minutes. The other cut through Riverdale Road and would take 18. Lynn sat behind the wheel, her hands shaking. She heard Mai's voice again in her mind. The lady by the road said you should not come home the old way. But her daughter could not breathe. Lynn started the engine. She hit the gas, and she turned onto Riverdale Road. That night, Riverdale Road was darker than it had ever been. No cars passed in the opposite direction. No lights glowed from distant houses. No insects called from the weeds. Only black pavement unrolled before the car like a hallway with no end. Lynn called Mai through the car speakers. Her sister answered, crying, "Where are you?" "I'm coming. Put Mai on." Mai's wheezing breath filled the car. "Mommy!" "I'm here, baby. Look at the phone. I am coming." "Mommy, don't take that road." Lynn's voice broke. "I'll be okay." She said, "If you go, you will stand with her." At that moment, a figure appeared in the lane ahead. The burned woman stood in the headlights. Lynn hit the brakes. The car slid on the cold road and stopped only a few feet away. This time, Lynn did not run. She opened the door. Cold wind rushed in. The burned woman stood before the headlights. Her cracked face turned toward Lynn. Lynn stepped out. "Are you Clara?" The woman did not answer. Lynn removed the necklace from her throat. "If you want me, take me, but leave my daughter alone." The burned woman trembled. Then she slowly lifted her hands to her face. Pieces of charred skin flaked away like ash. Underneath was not Clara's face. It was not Eleanor's face. It was Lynn's face, burned, ruined, filled with pain. But still hers. Lynn stumbled backward. The burned version of herself opened her mouth. Her voice was cracked and broken, but Lynn recognized it. It was her own voice. "Do not stop the car." Lynn began to cry. "What happens?" The burned woman looked past her. From far down the road came the engine. The one-headlight Camaro appeared at the end of the dark lane. Only this time it was not behind her. It was in front of her, coming straight at her. The burned woman said, "Eleanor does not need to kill Mai. She only needs you to choose wrong." Lynn understood. If she stopped, the Camaro would hit her. If she turned around, she would not reach Mai in time. If she kept going, she would have to drive through the ghost of herself. The burned woman stepped closer and pressed a hot hand against Lynn's chest. Memory flooded into Lynn like fire. She saw a future only minutes away. She saw herself panic and turn the car around. The Camaro smashed into the side of the Camry. The gas tank caught fire. Lynn crawled from the wreck, burning, still trying to call Mai's name. She died by the roadside before she could save her daughter. And from that night on, she stood there, night after night, trying to stop herself, trying to stop anyone like herself, trying to change one single moment. Lynn opened her eyes. The Camaro was a few hundred feet away. The burned woman, her future self, moved aside, as if giving her the road. Lynn ran back to the car. She locked the doors. fastened her seatbelt, gripped the wheel. She did not turn around. She did not stop. When the Camaro came at her, Lynn did not swerve. She drove straight toward it. In the last instant before impact, Lynn saw the Camaro's driver. There was no face, only darkness beneath a hat. In the passenger seat, Eleanor sat smiling, the key marked 9190 in her hand. Lynn raised her own key and shouted, "The door is open." The Camaro's headlight went out. The car shattered into smoke. The Camry passed through it. Behind her, Eleanor screamed, an old, furious, hate-filled scream. Then the road went silent. The lights of the highway appeared ahead. Her phone found signal. Her sister screamed through the speaker, "Lynn, the ambulance is here. Mai is breathing again." Lynn broke down over the steering wheel. She had escaped. Mai was alive. Riverdale Road disappeared behind her. 3 weeks later, Lynn sold the Camry. She stopped driving at night. Mai recovered well, but she no longer folded pink paper cranes. She started folding tiny paper boxes instead, and she told Lynn they were for keeping smoke locked inside. Mark told Lynn she should leave Thornton for a while. She agreed, but before she could move, an envelope arrived with no name and no return address. Inside was an old photograph. It showed the Walpert house before the fire. 3 women stood in front of the gate. Eleanor was on the left. Clara was on the right. In the middle stood a young Asian woman in a light-colored coat, with hair cut to her shoulders. Lynn had never seen her before, but on the back of the photograph someone had written, "The first one who opened the door was not Clara." Under that line was a name, Mai Tran, 1975. Lynn sat motionless. Her daughter's name, but also the name of the woman in the photograph. An Asian woman who had lived in Colorado in 1975. A woman who had never appeared in the records. A woman who may have gone to that house before Clara. A woman who may have been erased from the story. A woman who may have been the reason Riverdale Road recognized Lynn's daughter. That night, Lynn called her mother and asked about the family before they came to America. Her mother was silent for a long time. Then she said something that chilled Lynn to the bone. "Your grandmother had an older sister named Mai. She disappeared in Colorado before the family ever learned what happened. They never found a body." Lynn looked toward her daughter's bedroom. Mai was asleep, holding her stuffed bear. Around her wrist was a faint black mark, like ash. The next morning, Lynn drove out of Colorado. She did not take Riverdale Road. She promised herself she never would. At least that was what she believed. 1 year later, on the last night of October, a truck driver crossing the stretch between Thornton and Brighton called 911. He was breathing hard. He said he had almost hit a woman standing beside the road. The dispatcher asked what the woman looked like. The driver was silent for several seconds. Then he said, "She was burned, but she did not look like she wanted to hurt me. She was pointing toward the curve." The dispatcher asked if he saw anyone else. The driver answered, "Yes." Behind her was an old woman holding a key, and a little girl. His voice broke. The girl was standing near the trees. She looked at me through the window and wrote something in the fog. The dispatcher asked, "What did she write?" The truck driver started to cry. She wrote, "Do not open the rear door." The call ended with the roar of an engine. Old, low, heavy. Then came the sound of breaking glass. Then silence. The next morning, police found the truck parked on the shoulder of Riverdale Road. The engine was still warm. The rear door was wide open. There was no blood. There was no driver. Only an old key on the seat. The number scratched into it was 9190. And on the windshield, written in the thin layer of mist beneath a burned handprint, was one final message. She did not burn in the house. Some places do not need fences to keep people out. They only need a name. In southeastern Massachusetts, that name is the Bridgewater Triangle. For decades, people have whispered about orange lights over the swamp, footsteps in empty woods, giant shadows crossing the moon, and people who walked into the trees and never came back. But tonight, one man is about to hear a voice from a tape recorder that should have been silent since 2003. The voice belongs to his missing little brother. And the warning is simple. Do not follow the light. Because in the Bridgewater Triangle, the real horror is not always the person who disappears. Sometimes it is the person who comes back. Before the story begins, here is the real background behind it. The Bridgewater Triangle is a real region in southeastern Massachusetts, often linked in local folklore to strange lights, UFO reports, cryptid sightings, unexplained sounds, and disturbing disappearances. One of its most famous places is Hockomock Swamp, a vast and eerie wetland whose name has long been connected to local legend. The story also uses real locations such as Freetown Fall River State Forest and Profile Rock, places that have appeared again and again in stories about the triangle. What you are about to hear is fiction, but the land is real. The names of the places are real. And sometimes, that is what makes a story harder to forget. Some places do not need fences to keep people out. They only need a name. In Massachusetts, people call it the Bridgewater Triangle. It is an invisible stretch of land that cuts through damp low forests, empty back roads, black ponds, shaking walls of reeds, and the Hockomock Swamp, a place so wide and silent that if you wander into it after sunset, you may no longer be sure which world you are walking through. People who live around it are used to strange stories. Orange lights hovering above the treetops. Footsteps moving beside you in the woods, even when no one is there. The shadow of a giant bird sliding across the moon. Children laughing from somewhere deep in the swamp after midnight. And sometimes people disappear. Not always loudly. Not always on the news. Someone walks into the woods and never comes back. Someone drives through a road they know by heart, but the camera at one end records them entering, while the camera at the other end never sees them leave. Someone vanishes for a few hours or a few days, and then returns with eyes that no longer recognize their own family. But some people never return at all. Among those names, there was one that the town of Bridgewater had tried to forget for 21 years. Evan Mercer. And the only person who had never stopped looking for him was Evan's older brother. His name was Noah Mercer. Noah Mercer was not an investigator. He was not a police officer, not a reporter, and not the kind of person who went looking for ghosts. Noah was an electrician at a high school in East Bridgewater. His work repeated itself so often that sometimes, just by hearing a fluorescent light flicker, he could tell whether the problem was a mouse-chewed wire, a weak breaker, or students secretly plugging extra speakers into the gym. He lived alone in a small house at the end of South Elm Road, where the front porch always held an old wooden chair, a pot of dead geraniums from the previous winter, and a dented mailbox that had never been fixed after a snowstorm 3 years earlier. Every morning, Noah woke up at 5:40. He made black coffee. He fed his old tabby cat, Walter. He drove to the school. He repaired lights, changed outlets, checked heaters, and listened to teachers complain about jammed windows. Then he came home at night, reheated frozen dinners, watched local news, and sometimes opened a brown shoebox hidden in the back of his closet. Inside that box were a few old photographs, a compass with cracked glass, a torn map of the Hockomock Swamp, and one picture of two brothers standing in front of a line of trees. Noah was 17 in that photograph. Evan was 13. Evan wore a blue jacket and smiled with one tooth missing, holding a small tape recorder in his hand. Behind the brothers was the dirt path that led into the swamp. On the back of the photo, in their mother's handwriting, were the words, October 19, 2003, the last time the boys went together. Noah did not remember that afternoon clearly. He only remembered how low the sky had looked. He remembered the smell of wet mud. He remembered Evan saying, "Do you hear that?" And he remembered that, after those words, the woods went completely silent. No birds, no wind, not even insects. Then he woke up at the edge of the road, in the rain, with dried blood on his forehead and mud up to his knees. Evan was gone. No footprints, no torn fabric, no cry for help, no body. Only Evan's tape recorder remained, lying about 100 feet from where Noah had woken up, right in the middle of a shallow puddle. The police searched for 14 days. Rescue crews waded through mud that pulled at their waists. Search dogs circled a pine tree and then lay down whining, refusing to go any farther. In the end, the file was changed from search and rescue to missing under unknown circumstances. Noah's mother never forgave him. She never said it out loud. But for the next 10 years, whenever she looked at him, she looked as if she were waiting for him to give back the thing he had lost. When she died of cancer, Noah still had no answer. And from that day on, he kept living like a man with only half a life. The other half was still trapped somewhere in the swamp. Everything started again on a Monday morning in late October. Noah was standing on a ladder, repairing a fluorescent light in the second-floor hallway of the school, when his phone vibrated in his pocket. The caller ID showed no name. He held a screwdriver between his teeth, pulled the phone out and almost declined the call. Then he saw the area code. 508. Local. He answered. Hello. The other end was silent. Not normal silence. No breathing. No background noise. It sounded as if someone were calling from a room that had been drained of sound. Noah Mercer? A woman's voice, slightly hoarse. Yes, who is this? My name is Allison Park, Massachusetts State Police. I need you to come to the Bridgewater station this afternoon. Noah tightened his hand around the ladder. What happened? The woman hesitated. Only 1 second. But it was enough to dry out Noah's throat. We found something that may be connected to your brother. The light bulb slipped from Noah's hand. It hit the floor and shattered. For one instant, the whole hallway flashed white. Then it went dark. The Bridgewater police station had not changed much since the last time Noah had walked through its doors. The walls were still old cream-colored paint. The air still smelled of burnt coffee. The printer still worked unevenly. The bulletin board was still covered with missing dog and cat flyers. Allison Park waited for him in a small interview room. She looked a little over 40, with her hair tied low and dark circles under her eyes. She did not look like the kind of police officer who spoke in hard, polished lines on television. She looked tired in the way only someone could look after seeing too many things that did not belong in any procedure manual. On the table was a clear evidence bag. Inside was an old tape recorder. Noah did not sit down right away. He stared at it. The scratches on the corner. The strip of silver duct tape wrapped around the battery cover. The letter E carved badly into the plastic with a pocket knife. His knees almost gave out. That was Evan's. Allison nodded. We found it this morning near a drainage ditch on the edge of Hockomock Swamp. Noah laughed once, dry and broken, but the sound was closer to choking. That's impossible. That recorder was found in 2003. I know. Then what is this? Allison slid a file toward him. On top were seen photos. The tape recorder lay in black mud. There were no human footprints around it. Only long marks in the soil, like fingernails dragged through wet earth. Allison spoke quietly. We checked the serial number. It matches Evan's recorder. Noah shook his head. There can't be two. That's what I thought. She opened another evidence bag. Inside was a mini cassette. This was inside. Noah stared at the tiny tape. He did not want to listen. His body knew it before his mind could admit it. But Allison placed an old player on the table and pressed play. At first, there was only static. Then leaves rustling, mud squelching under shoes, a boy breathing hard. Evan's voice returned after 21 years. Noah, don't follow the light. Noah closed his eyes. The room seemed to tilt. On the tape, Evan was crying, not screaming, crying like a child trying not to be heard. I see Mom, but it's not Mom. Then came a heavy rush of air. No, not air. Something deeper. Like something enormous had just beaten its wings above the trees. Evan's voice came again, closer now, faster. You're standing right next to me, but you can't hear me. You just keep looking forward. Someone is calling your name. The static grew louder. Then another voice came through, very faint, very far away, but Noah recognized it instantly. It was his own voice, his voice at 17. Evan, come here. Silence. Then Evan whispered, No, that's not you. The tape stopped. Only the soft buzz of the security camera remained in the room. Allison looked at Noah. Are you sure you don't remember anything else from that night? Noah could not answer, because somewhere deep inside his mind, where memory had gathered dust for 21 years, something had just moved. A flash of white eyes behind Reed's, a small hand holding his, and Evan saying, You promised. Noah drove home almost numb. Rain began to fall after he passed the bridge. Not heavy rain. Only a thin mist across the windshield, stretching every streetlight into dirty yellow lines. He did not turn on the radio. He did not call anyone. He did not dare to think. But the harder he tried not to think, the more Evan's voice repeated itself. You're standing right next to me, but you can't hear me. When he got home, Walter did not come to greet him. Noah turned on the living room light. Nothing happened. He flicked the switch twice. The ceiling bulb blinked, then gave off a weak blue-gray glow. Walter sat in the center of the living room, his back arched, staring at the corner near the stairs. Walter! The cat did not turn. His fur stood straight up. From upstairs came a sound. Like someone slowly tapping on the wooden floor. Noah held his breath. He lived alone. The old stairs creaked whenever anyone walked on them, but there had been no footsteps, only knocking. Three times. Then silence. Noah reached for the flashlight in the kitchen drawer. He climbed the stairs one step at a time. The second floor was dark. A strange mildew smell drifted from the end of the hallway, even though every window was shut. Noah shone the flashlight into his bedroom. Nothing. The bathroom. Nothing. Then the storage room. The door stood slightly open. He remembered closing it that morning. Noah pushed it wider. Inside were cardboard boxes, old clothes, Christmas decorations, and the brown shoebox pulled out of the closet. Its lid was open. Photographs were scattered across the floor. Noah crouched down. The picture of the two brothers in front of the swamp lay by itself in the corner. But it had changed. Evan still stood there in his blue jacket, smiling with his missing tooth. Noah still stood beside him. But behind them, between the trees, there was a third person. A tall, thin figure, wearing a jacket exactly like Noah's. Its face was blurred, as though someone had scraped it away with fingernails. Noah picked up the photograph. On the back, his mother's old handwriting was still there. But beneath that line there was a new one. Black ink. Still wet. "Do not trust the one who came back." Behind him, a child's voice whispered, "You promised." Noah spun around. The hallway was empty. But on the floor, just outside the storage room, were two small muddy footprints, the size of a 13-year-old boy's feet. The footprints led down the stairs, then vanished in the middle of the living room. The next morning, Noah went to the Bridgewater Library the moment it opened. He needed to see someone, Martha Keene. She was a retired librarian, but she still came in 3 days a week to organize the local history archive. When Evan disappeared, Martha had helped Noah's mother copy maps, search old newspaper articles about Hockomock, and she had said one sentence Noah never forgot. The swamp doesn't just swallow people. Sometimes it gives things back. The problem is we don't know if what comes back is still what went in. Martha was now in her 70s. Her hair was white as cotton, her shoulders thin, but her eyes were still sharp behind silver-framed glasses. When Noah placed the photograph on the table, she did not look surprised. She only removed her glasses in silence. "So it has started again." Noah sat across from her. "What do you know?" Martha glanced around. The reading room was bright and quiet. A few older people read newspapers. A student worked on a laptop. Still, she lowered her voice. "You are not the only person who lost someone in the triangle." "I know." "No, you don't." She stood up and motioned for him to follow. They went down to the library basement. There, in the old archive room, fluorescent lights buzzed over metal shelves filled with files, newspapers, photographs, maps, and yellowed rolls of microfilm. Martha pulled out a box labeled, "Unexplained Disappearances, Local Archive." Noah felt his chest tighten. She opened the box. Inside were dozens of files. Not official police files. Newspaper clippings, family notes, handwritten letters, Polaroids, marked maps. Martha removed a yellowed page. 1938. A milkman passed through West Bridgewater at 4 in the morning. His wagon was found on the roadside. The horse was still standing there. The man was gone. No signs of a struggle. She laid down another page. 1956. 2 college students camped near Hockomock Swamp. One returned at sunrise with no memory. The other disappeared. Another page. 1979. A hunter in Freetown Fall River State Forest. His dog came home alone. Mud and ash were on the collar. Another. 1991. An 11-year-old girl vanished after telling her mother a man who looked exactly like her father was standing outside the window. Her father was working a night shift in Boston at the time. Noah looked at the names, the dates, the locations, all scattered through the triangle. Why have I never seen this? Because no one wants to connect it. Martha pulled out a large map. An old map of Bridgewater, Taunton, Raynham, and Freetown. Many red points were marked across it. Noah recognized where Evan had disappeared. But there was not just one point. There were dozens. Martha connected 3 large points with a pencil. People say the Bridgewater Triangle has 3 sides. But look carefully. Noah leaned over. The disappearances were not random. If connected in chronological order, they formed curling lines. Not a triangle, a spiral. And the center of that spiral lay inside Hockomock Swamp. Martha said, "Every 20 to 21 years, there is a cluster of disappearances. Not always on the same date, but always near the end of October. And there is always one person who returns." Noah looked up. "One person returns?" She nodded. "But after that, the records around the returned person tend to change. Wrong memories, family photographs altered. Relatives begin to have the same dream." Cold crept up the back of Noah's neck. "Are you talking about me?" Martha did not answer directly. She searched the box a little longer and took out an envelope. The name on it was Noah's mother's, Clara Mercer. Noah went still. "My mother gave you this? She told me to give it to you only if you ever came back asking about Evan." Noah opened the envelope. Inside was a letter. His mother's handwriting shook across the paper. "Noah, if you are reading this, then the thing in the woods has called you again. I am sorry I stayed silent. I am sorry that for all these years, I looked at you like a stranger. The night they brought you home, I knew something was wrong. You had Noah's face, Noah's voice, Noah's scar on your chin. But when I held you, you did not smell like my son. You asked where Evan was. But before that night, you never called him Evan. You always called him Ev. Only I knew that." Noah stopped reading. Martha stood quietly in front of him. The archive room suddenly felt as cold as a tomb. He kept reading. "I wanted to tell the police. But how could I say that the son who returned from the swamp might not be the son who walked into it? Then you began to forget. You forgot the food Evan hated most. You forgot the song he used to hum. You forgot what you promised him before you both went into the woods. I stayed quiet because I was afraid to lose you too. But if one day you hear Evan's voice again, do not go alone. Do not trust the orange light. Do not answer if you hear my voice calling from the trees. And most important of all, if you meet someone who looks exactly like you, do not let him touch your hand." The letter ended there. Noah did not know when he had sat down. He could hear blood pounding in his ears. "My mother thought I wasn't me?" Martha's voice softened. "Your mother thought a part of you did not come back. What part?" She looked into his eyes. "The part that knew the truth." That afternoon, Noah returned to the police station. Allison Park was waiting for him in the parking lot. She was not in uniform, only a black jacket and jeans. In her hand was a thin file. "I knew you would come," she said. Noah no longer had the strength to be surprised. "You lost someone too?" Allison looked toward the line of trees at the end of the lot. "My husband." Noah said nothing. 3 years ago, Daniel Park. He was a part-time ranger, working weekends at Freetown Fall River State Forest. One October evening, he called me and said someone might be lost near Profile Rock. I told him to wait for backup. He said he was only going in for 5 minutes. She laughed without humor. "Those 5 minutes have lasted until now." "What did the police say?" "I am the police." The sentence hurt more than any explanation could. Allison opened the file. Inside was a photograph of a man about 35 with a kind face, wearing a ranger's jacket. "Daniel used to tell me that some trails out there don't match the maps. He would walk the same path 10 times. 9 times it led back to the parking lot. The 10th time it led to a ditch that did not exist on any map." Noah remembered Martha's spiral. "You think Evan and your husband are in the same place?" "I don't know, but this morning, when we found Evan's recorder, we also found this." Allison handed him a metal button. It had a small Ranger service emblem on it. "Daniels?" She nodded. "Noah, I need you to hear the end of the tape. There was a section buried under the static. The lab cleaned up part of it. They got into Allison's car. She connected her phone to the speaker. Static filled the cabin. Then Evan's voice, very far away. Noah, if you find this. A wash of distortion. Don't let them open the door. Water dripped. Someone cried. Then a man's voice sounded in the background. Noah Mercer, Allison Park, Martha Keene. Allison's face went pale. It was not Evan's voice. It was not Daniel's voice. It sounded like many people speaking over one another. Old, young, male, female, all reading their names at once. Noah Mercer, Allison Park, Martha Keene. Noah felt his throat close. This tape was recorded in 2003. Allison nodded. I was 21 back then. I wasn't even in law enforcement. I had not met Daniel. Evan could not have known my name. The sound continued. This time, the voices whispered. 3 go in. 1 comes out. Then came a heavy slam. Like a metal door closing underwater. The tape ended. Inside the car, neither of them spoke. Rain returned. Drops crawled down the windshield like countless little fingers. Noah looked south, toward Hockomock. A thought entered his head with terrifying clarity. It was not that he wanted to go back. It was that something had been waiting for him to come back all along. That night, Noah dreamed of his brother. Evan stood in the middle of the swamp, soaked to the bone, his blue jacket covered in mud. But Evan was no longer a 13-year-old boy. He was not an adult either. He stood somewhere between both ages, like a photograph stretched the wrong way. His face was still young, but his eyes were old. Behind him were hundreds of shadows, all of them standing motionless in the water. Some wore clothes from the 1930s. Some wore work uniforms. Some were children. Some were hunters. One man wore a ranger's jacket. Daniel Park stood among them. Evan looked at Noah. You're late again. Noah tried to step toward him, but the mud held his feet. Where are you? Evan shook his head. That isn't the question. Then what is? The question is, who is inside your house? Noah woke with a gasp. His bedroom was pitch black. The clock on the table read 3:17 a.m. Downstairs, a radio was playing. Noah did not own a radio. He took his flashlight and went down. The living room held only the faint blue glow of the television, though it was turned off. On the coffee table lay Evan's tape recorder. Could not be there. It was supposed to be in an evidence bag at the police station. The cassette reels turned by themselves. Static hissed through the tiny speaker. Then Noah's mother's voice came out. Not a voice from memory. A voice as if she were standing right behind him. Noah, you're home late. He dropped the flashlight. The beam rolled across the floor and shone beneath the sofa. There was a hand under there. White, small, clutching the edge of the fabric. Noah stumbled backward. The hand slid back into the dark. The recorder kept playing. Now it was Evan's voice. You promised you wouldn't let it wear your face. Noah ran out of the house. He did not lock the door. He did not take a coat. He only drove through the rain to Martha's house. Martha opened the door before he could knock. She was already wearing a coat, holding a cloth bag, as if she had been waiting for him. Allison is coming too, she said. Noah struggled to breathe. There is something in my house. I know. How do you know? Martha looked past his shoulder at the dark road behind him. Because it went to your mother's house once. Noah felt his spine turn cold. She pulled him inside. Martha's house was small, full of books and the smell of mint tea. On the kitchen table was a map, 3 white candles, an old compass, and a leather journal with a torn spine. Allison arrived 10 minutes later. She stepped in, her face tight. "I just checked evidence storage," she said. "The recorder is still there." Noah placed the recorder he had brought on the table. 2 identical machines. The same scratches. The same silver tape. The same badly carved E. Martha stared at them for a long time. Tonight is no longer about finding Evan. Noah sat down. "Then what is it about?" She opened the leather journal. "My husband studied the triangle before he died. He did not believe in ghosts. He did not believe in UFOs. He did not believe in monsters. He believed every legend was a way for people to name a phenomenon they did not understand." "What did he find?" Martha turned to a page with a triangle, a spiral, and strange symbols drawn across it. "He believed the Bridgewater Triangle is not a fixed place. It is a mechanism, a memory trap. It doesn't just swallow people. It swallows their existence, then gives back a version similar enough that the world doesn't collapse around the empty space." Allison frowned. "Are you talking about a copy?" "Not exactly. It may be part of the person. It may be something else learning to become them." Noah looked at the 2 recorders. "Then what am I?" Martha was silent too long. Finally, she said, "I don't know, Noah." That answer was worse than any theory. Allison put both hands on the table. "How do we find Daniel and Evan?" Martha pointed to the map. "Tonight is October 30th. The cycle opens one last time before Halloween. If you want to reach the center, you have to go when the fog settles, follow the old path into Hockomock, and reach the place where 3 streams meet." Noah looked at the map. "And if we go in?" Martha said. 3 go in. 1 comes out." No one argued, because all 3 of them had heard it on the tape. They prepared like people about to do something foolish, but with no other choice. Allison brought a gun, flashlights, a radio, a folding knife, flares, and rope. Martha brought her husband's journal, the old compass, a bag of salt, and a small brass bell. Noah brought Evan's photograph, the tape recorder, and his mother's letter. They drove to the edge of Hockomock Swamp at 11:48 p.m. The rain had stopped, but fog lay so thick that the headlights reached only a few yards ahead. The air smelled of rotting earth and stagnant water. Farther out, the swamp seemed to breathe white vapor. Allison turned off the engine. The silence came in at once. No frogs. No owls. No insects. Only the sound of 3 people breathing. Martha looked at her watch. "Let's go." First, the path was clear. Mud softened beneath their shoes. Reeds rose higher than their shoulders. Black tree trunks bent over them like old people listening. Allison walked in front. Noah walked in the middle. Martha followed behind, ringing the brass bell from time to time. The sound was small, bright, and cold. "What is that for?" Noah asked. "To make sure we can still hear a sound from our own world." They had walked about 20 minutes when Allison's radio crackled. A man's voice came through. "Allie?" Allison froze. Noah saw her tighten her grip on the flashlight. It was Daniel's voice. "Allie, I'm lost. I can see your light. Turn left." Martha said immediately, "Do not answer." Allison bit her lip until it bled. Daniel's voice continued. "Please, I'm so cold." The radio hissed. "I can hear them under the water." Allison switched the radio off. But Daniel's voice still came from the woods on the left. Allie. This time, it was not coming through the device. It was close, just beyond the reeds. Allison raised her gun. Noah aimed the flashlight. Someone stood there. A man in a ranger's jacket. His head hung forward. Water dripped from his hair and sleeves. Allison trembled. Daniel. Martha gripped her arm. Look at his feet. Noah lowered the beam. The man stood on mud, but he made no footprints. Daniel lifted his head. His face looked exactly like the photograph. Only the eyes were wrong. Too black, like two hollow holes. He smiled. Allie, you're late. Allison cried, but she did not step forward. The thing wearing Daniel's face tilted its head. The smile widened, too wide for a human face. Then I'll follow you. Martha rang the bell hard. The sound cut through the swamp. The thing opened its mouth. Not a scream. The sound of many birds beating their wings at once. Fog surged up. When it thinned, the figure was gone. Allison dropped to one knee. Noah pulled her up. That wasn't him. Allison wiped her tears. I know. But her voice made it clear that part of her did not know at all. They kept walking. After that, the woods changed. The trail disappeared. Trees leaned in wrong directions, as if twisted around an invisible center. Martha's compass spun endlessly. Strange objects appeared in the mud. A child's shoe, a rusted car key, a pocket watch stopped at 3:17. A hospital bracelet, a strip of blue jacket fabric. Noah bent down and picked up the cloth. The blue had faded, but he recognized it. Evan's jacket. From ahead came the laughter of children. Allison lifted her light. Far away, in the fog, orange lights hovered above the water. 3 of them, moving slowly, as if guiding the way. Martha whispered, "Don't look at them too long." But Noah had already looked. Inside that light, he saw a memory. He and Evan in 2003. The brothers arguing on the way into the swamp. Evan was afraid and wanted to turn back. Noah was angry because he wanted to prove to his friends that he was brave enough to go into Hockomock after dark. Evan grabbed his hand. "You promised it would only be 10 minutes. Noah pulled away. "Stop acting like a baby." Then someone called from inside the woods. "Noah." His mother's voice, but his mother was at home. Evan whispered, "That's not Mom." Noah followed anyway. The memory snapped off. The orange lights went out. Noah stood gasping, cold sweat running down his back. He had remembered a little more. Evan had not wandered off on his own. Noah had led him deeper in. They reached the place at 1:12 a.m. The place where 3 streams met did not exist on modern maps. It was an open patch in the swamp where dead trees rose from the water like giant ribs. At the center stood a small mound of earth. On that mound was a door. Not the door of a house. Just a rotting wooden frame standing by itself, with no walls, no roof, no hinges. Behind the door was forest. But when Noah looked through the frame, he did not see forest. He saw the hallway of his own house. The living room light flickered. Walter sat on the floor, and at the end of the hall, a man stood with his back turned, wearing Noah's jacket. Martha opened the journal. "My husband called it the memory door. It doesn't take you somewhere else. It takes you to the place the world cut away." Allison looked through the door. Her face went white. "I see my house." Martha said, "Everyone sees what they still owe." Noah swallowed. "What do you see?" Martha did not answer. She only stared through the frame with red eyes. Maybe she saw her husband, or maybe she saw herself when she was young. Noah stepped toward the door. Martha grabbed his hand. Remember your mother's warning. If you meet someone who looks like you, do not let him touch your hand. And Evan, call his name, but only once. If he answers with the nickname, only you would know it is Evan. If he answers with his full name, run. Noah nodded. He held Evan's tape recorder. Then he stepped through the door. For one moment, the world disappeared. Noah stood inside his own house. But everything was wrong. The living room was longer than it should have been. The walls were damp, the wallpaper swelling like diseased skin. Family photos hung crooked, but every face in every photo had been erased. The television was on, showing only a black screen. In that screen, a person stood behind Noah. He spun around. No one was there. From upstairs came knocking. Noah climbed. Each stair made the sound of water. The wood beneath his feet turned to mud. The second floor was no longer his house. It was the hallway of the high school where he worked. Fluorescent lights flickered overhead. Lockers stretched into forever. From one classroom came the sound of a tape recorder running. Noah pushed the door open. Inside was the forest. Hockomock in 2003. Evan stood in the middle of a classroom full of reeds. Blue jacket. Tape recorder in his hand. His face was pale, but it was Evan. Noah could barely speak. Ev. The boy lifted his head. His eyes filled with tears. Noah. Noah almost ran to him. Then he remembered Martha's warning. He stopped a few steps away. Are you real? Evan gave a sad smile. I wish I wasn't. Noah began to cry. I'm sorry. I led you in there. I didn't listen to you. I know. I'm going to take you home. Evan shook his head. You still don't understand. The ground trembled slightly. Far away came the sound of enormous wings. Evan looked behind Noah. It is looking for you too. What is? Evan answered. The one who came back. From the end of the classroom, a shadow stepped forward. Noah saw himself, 17 years old, wet jacket, mud up to his knees, dried blood on his forehead. The copy of Noah smiled, not cruelly, not angrily, an empty smile. You're late, it said. Noah stepped back. Evan whispered, don't let it touch you. The copy looked at Evan. You make everything difficult. His voice was Noah's younger voice, but underneath was something else. Water running through a cave, insects moving under bark, people whispering behind a wall. Noah asked, what are you? The copy tilted its head. The part that was allowed to leave. And me, the part that was left behind. Noah did not understand. Evan was crying. Noah, I wasn't the one who disappeared. The classroom darkened. The lockers became trees. The floor became black mud. The copy stepped closer. That night, Evan fell into the water. You jumped in and pulled him up, but the door had opened. It did not want him. Noah felt the memory explode inside his skull. He saw 2003 again. Evan slipped into a ditch. Noah jumped after him and pulled him up. Orange light appeared between the trees. His mother's voice called. Then another person stood on the bank. Another Noah. Dry. Smiling. It held out a hand to Evan. Evan shook his head in terror. But the real Noah was sinking in the mud, one hand clinging to a root. He screamed, Ev, run! Evan did not run. He grabbed Noah's hand. Pulled until his palms bled, but the mud dragged Noah down. And the thing on the bank said in Noah's voice, "Evan, come here." In that moment, Noah understood. Evan had not disappeared because he was taken. Evan disappeared because he stayed with him. And the thing that had gone home that night was standing in front of him now. The copy held out its hand. "It is time to trade places." Noah shook his head. "No. If you don't, Evan stays. Daniel stays. Everyone stays." Evan shouted, "Don't listen to it." The copy kept smiling. 3 go in. 1 comes out. The rule is simple. Noah thought of Allison, Martha, Daniel, his mother. 21 years of living a life that might not have fully belonged to him. He asked, "If I stay, Evan gets out?" The copy looked at him. "Maybe." "Daniel, maybe." "Why should I trust you?" The smile vanished. "Because you have trusted me for 21 years." The words struck Noah like a knife. Behind him, Evan shook his head wildly. "Don't do it. It doesn't keep promises." Noah looked at his brother. The child time had forgotten because he would not let go of him. "Ev," Noah said softly, "that night, I failed to protect you." Evan cried, "I didn't need you to protect me. I needed you to remember." Noah froze. "Remember, not rescue, not trade places. Remember." He looked at the copy. He looked at the hand it held out. Then he turned on the tape recorder. Static hissed. He spoke into it. "My name is Noah Mercer. On October 19th, 2003, I entered Hockomock Swamp with my brother, Evan Mercer. I was afraid. I forgot. But now I remember." The copy of Noah stopped. The space around them trembled. Noah continued, louder now. "Evan did not run away. Evan did not leave home. Evan stayed because of me. And the thing that returned that night has no right to wear my face anymore." The copy roared. The classroom cracked open. From the walls came countless voices. Names. The names of the missing. The names of the forgotten. Noah heard Allison from far away. "Noah!" He turned. The door had appeared behind him. Allison stood on the other side, holding a red flare. Martha stood beside her, ringing the bell again and again, blood running from her nose. And behind them, Daniel Park stood in the dark. The real Daniel. Eyes wide with terror. Allison saw him and almost ran forward, but Martha held her back. "Say their names," Martha shouted. "Say their names out loud." Noah understood. He looked at Evan. "Do you remember the others?" Evan nodded. One by one, people stepped from the dark. The hunter, the milkman, the little girl, the ranger. Their blurred faces sharpened as Evan spoke their names. Noah repeated them. Allison said Daniel's name. Martha said her husband's name. With every name, the forest cracked again. The copy of Noah was pulled backward into the dark. It screamed with Noah's mother's voice. "Are you going to leave me again?" Noah closed his eyes. Tears ran down his face. "She wouldn't say that." He opened his eyes. "My mother would say, 'Bring your brother home.'" Evan ran to him. For the first time in 21 years, Noah held his brother. Evan's body was cold as swamp water. But he was real. The door behind them began to close. Allison pulled Daniel through. Martha pulled an older man Noah guessed was her husband. Evan pushed Noah toward the door. "Go! What about you?" Evan smiled. The same tooth-missing smile from the old photograph. "I already did. Noah did not have time to understand. Evan placed the tape recorder in his hand. "This time, don't forget." Then he pushed Noah through the door. Noah woke on cold mud. Dawn was breaking. Fog thinned across Hockomock Swamp. Allison lay a few yards away, holding Daniel Park. Daniel looked older than in his photograph, thin and gray at the temples, but alive. Martha sat beside an old man who was crying silently. Her husband, Noah, sprang up. "Evan?" No one answered. He ran around the mound. The door was gone. Only a few rotting wooden posts rose from the mud. In his hand was the tape recorder. Noah pressed play. Evan's voice came through. No static. Not far away. Clear, as if he were standing beside him. "Noah, if you can hear this, then you remembered." Noah fell to his knees. "I'm not angry at you. I never was. But there is something you need to know." The tape went quiet for a moment. Then Evan said, "That night, it wasn't one person who came back." Noah lifted his head. A cold wind moved through the swamp. "There were two." The tape crackled softly. "The one wearing your face went home. The other one followed Mom." Noah stopped breathing. The recorder continued. "You thought Mom died because of cancer, but after that night, every year, she heard your voice calling from the basement. She knew something lived in the house. She tried to keep it there, so it would not go back to the swamp and look for you." Noah felt the ground tilt beneath him. When Mom died, it wasn't being held anymore. The tape reached its last seconds. "Noah, if you are hearing me outside the swamp, don't go home yet." A sound came from behind them. Everyone turned. At the edge of the trees, a woman stood in the fog. She wore a gray nightgown. Silver hair hung over her shoulders. Her head was bowed. Noah recognized her before she lifted her face. "Mom!" Allison raised her gun, her hands shaking. Martha began to cry. The woman lifted her face. It was Clara Mercer, Noah's mother, but her mouth opened too wide. And the voice that came out was not hers. It was Noah's voice. "You're home late." The recorder in Noah's hand turned itself back on. Evan's voice came through one last time, urgent, nearly screaming. "Run!" Behind the woman, the tree line began to move. Not from wind. The whole forest was stepping forward. Tree trunks rose from the ground like the legs of something enormous. Above them, the shadow of a great bird blocked the newborn sun. Allison dragged Daniel away. Martha and her husband stumbled after them. Noah stayed frozen for one more second. The thing wearing his mother's face stepped closer. Mud did not stick to her feet. She held out her hand, just as the copy of Noah once had held its hand out to Evan. "Noah," it said, "this time, you bring your mother home." Noah looked at the hand, then at the tape recorder. He stepped back. One step, two. Then he turned and ran. Behind him, his mother's laughter echoed through the swamp. It was not the laugh of the living. It was the sound of a rotten wooden door opening underwater. 3 days later, Daniel Park was taken to the hospital. Doctors said he was badly dehydrated, severely weakened, and covered with old wounds. They could not explain why a man missing for 3 years showed biological signs of having been lost for only a few weeks. Martha's husband was the same. He could not remember how long he had been gone. He only remembered many people standing in the dark, waiting for someone to say their names correctly. Allison wrote the report. She wrote only that a search group found 2 missing people in the swamp after receiving new information. She did not mention the door. She did not mention the copies. She did not mention the woman wearing Clara Mercer's face. Martha burned her husband's journal. She said some doors exist only because people keep drawing maps to them. Noah did not go home for a week. He stayed at Allison's house. Then one afternoon, he decided to return to South Elm Road and gather his things. Allison went with him. Noah's house was silent. The front door still hung slightly open from the night he ran. Inside, the air smelled damp. Walter was gone. Muddy footprints covered the living room floor. Many of them, adult size, child size, bare feet, all circling the house as if they had been searching for him night after night. Noah went upstairs. The storage room stood wide open. The brown shoebox lay in the middle of the floor. There were no photographs of Evan inside. Only an old newspaper clipping. Noah picked it up. It was a local article from 2003. The headline read, "Teenager Noah Mercer Missing in Hockomock Swamp." Noah stared at the words. Not Evan. Not two brothers missing. Only Noah. Below the headline was a photograph of him at 17. The first paragraph said, "According to the statement of the victim's younger brother, Evan Mercer, Noah followed a strange light into the woods and did not return. Evan was found near the main road the next morning in a state of extreme panic." Noah stumbled backward. His hand shook so badly that the article fell to the floor. Allison picked it up. She read it. Her face went white. "Noah!" He shook his head. No, that can't be right. Evan disappeared. I lived 21 years. He ran to the basement. He did not know why, only that something was pulling him down there. The basement was freezing. A single ceiling bulb swayed. On the concrete wall at the far end were carved marks. Hundreds of them. Like someone had been counting days. In the middle of the wall, one sentence had been scratched so deep that the concrete had cracked around it. "Evan, do not trust the one wearing your brother's face." Noah touched the words. At that instant, the final memory returned. Not Noah's memory. The memory of the thing that had lived as Noah. It remembered a door opening in the swamp. It remembered a boy named Evan pulling his brother from the mud. It remembered the real Noah being dragged into the dark. It remembered stepping out of the door, learning how to breathe, learning how to cry, learning how to call the woman in front of it Mom. It remembered Clara Mercer looking at it and understanding at once. It remembered her locking it in the basement for 3 days. It remembered crying with Noah's voice. It remembered her finally opening the door. Because she could not lose both of her sons. Noah collapsed to his knees. Allison ran down and held him. "You are Noah," she said. "Whatever happened, you are Noah." But under the swinging light, Noah looked at his hands. And for the first time, he was not sure. From upstairs came the sound of the front door opening. 3 taps on the floor. Allison drew her gun. "Noah, get behind me." A child's voice called down from the living room. Evan's voice, but not from the recorder. "Noah." Noah stopped breathing. The voice continued. "I'm home." Allison shook her head. "Don't answer." Noah looked up the dark staircase. Tears ran down his face, because in that moment, he understood the true price of the Bridgewater Triangle. It does not only take people. It takes away your certainty that the person who returns is still the one you love. Upstairs, Evan called again, this time softer. "It's Ev." Noah closed his eyes. That was the nickname. Only he knew it. Only the real Noah knew it. But who was he? The older brother who disappeared? Or the thing that had learned how to love like a human being? Small footsteps moved slowly toward the basement stairs. Allison raised her gun. Noah put his hand on the barrel and lowered it. "Don't, Noah." He stepped onto the first stair. From the darkness above, a small hand reached down. Muddy, trembling, Evan's voice whispered, "You promised." Noah stared at the hand for a long time. Then he reached up. Right before their fingers touched, the basement light went out. In the dark, Allison heard Noah say, "I remember now." Then came the sound of a wooden door opening underwater. The next morning, police found Allison Park unconscious inside the empty house. There was no trace of Noah Mercer. No trace of Evan. Only the old tape recorder lying on the basement stairs. When they played it, the cassette held only one sound. Two brothers laughing very softly. Farther away. Farther away. Then a woman's voice whispered right into the microphone. "Bridgewater does not keep the lost." A pause. Then the voice continued, "It only keeps the people someone still remembers." Since then, people around South Elm Road have sometimes seen lights in the old house on late October nights. Some say they have seen two figures standing at the second-floor window, a 17-year-old boy and a child in a blue jacket. But if you stare too long, you will notice a third shadow behind them, a silver-haired woman, smiling, waving as if inviting you inside. And if your phone rings at that exact moment with no caller ID on the screen, do not answer it, because the person on the other end will say your name correctly, in the voice of the one you miss most, and ask very softly, "Why are you home so late?" If the story pulled you into the fog, leave a like before you step back out of the triangle. And tell me in the comments, if someone you loved returned after years of being missing, would you trust them? Would you open the door? Or would you remember the warning from the swamp? If you enjoy true place horror stories built from real legends, strange locations, and endings that wait until the last moment, subscribe to Infinite Story Realm. Because some roads end at the edge of a forest. Some forests end at the edge of a swamp. And some swamps do not end at all.